What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Saturday, the 4th of October, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Amami docks. We are live, or at least that's how it appeared. I gotta do this now when I say docks, don't I? We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures and sea creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on youtube.com, twitch.tv, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Yeah, that's right, Ash Bradford. Ghost, power, desert, power, what kind of power, any power you like, if you're a Pink Floyd fan, I guess. Oh my god. Do you know the story about that song? Oh no, sorry, it's not Any Color You Like, it's Great Gig in the Sky. The song with the lack of lyrics and a lot of just vocalizing on the Pink Floyd album Dark Side of the Moon. Some people describe it as a 15-minute orgasm. The story is that, like, the singer, they just brought her in, and there's something like she was singing it in the wrong octave, or she was singing it in the wrong key or something. It just ended up working. Turtle power. I looked up snail sex today because I was that docking comment, and Maya was right. It doesn't work that way. I mean, Maya needs to read JoJo Part 6, all right? Because apparently a snail can have sex with anything that wants to. I don't know how that works, but Jolene was impressed. Apparently Maya not so much. That's okay. We can't expect Maya to understand zoology the way that a stand user understands zoology. Somebody that knows snails in an intimate way, like Jolene Joestar. Or Jolene Cujo, if you prefer. So yeah, chat, we're doing a video game stream. I should have put that on there. No, I still owe you another Soul Hacker session. We got started into that. We basically beat the first mission, but then it drops you right into like a more important mission, right? The first mission is just, I don't know, experiencing getting owned by the Phantom Society or whatever evil powers or you're up against in Soul Hackers. As a dead person, as a person who is currently no longer with us, and then immediately you come out of the simulation, and your leader has been captured by those forces. So why are we talking about snail sex? I don't know. I think it's Hasan's fault, right? Is it Hasan? This one's Hasan's fault. This one's not on me. Chat, normally, like, I would be the prime suspect if we're talking about something that's just like totally out of pocket, especially if it has to do with weird sex. It's probably because I got us started down that rabbit hole, but this time, this is not my rabbit hole. This is somebody else's hole, Hasan's hole, that we're talking about today. I think Joe Rogan's spirit animal may be a snail. Ah, wait, because he has no spine? Is that why? Let us turn down the volume just a little bit. Oh my god. Chat, can we get away with this? Oh my god, I guess we'll find out. I just want to know, this is the ending music from Persona Arena. Anybody ever beat this game? This is like the fighting game. And like with all Personas, you gotta have like a heartfelt ending track, you know? It gives you that sense of completion and gestalt and like the power of friendship and everything else, right? Apparently this is the one for Irene. But I love this song. A seed of hope in me. The Snail's Hole, yeah. But yeah, no, it's not a video game stream as in I'm playing video games. At least I don't think that I'll have time to do any of that tonight. Although, you know, we gotta save Leader. I wish they wouldn't call him Leader. Just call him Spooky. Why does this guy get 2 nicknames, right, chat? In this game, you're a hacker, so you have a real name, which my name is Vanessa, spelled V1NN5AHH, right? You know, it's you got to spell it like a hacker, right? Then like Valhalla. You understand what I'm saying? Are you picking up what I'm putting down with my elite lingo? My super hello fellow kids lingo? But yes, for some reason the Leader, his name is like Spooky, like his handle is Spooky, but they also call him Leader, and it's just, I don't know, it bugs me. It bugs me. We'll figure it out, chat. We'll rescue Leader or Spooky or whatever you want to call him, or his real name. I love how soul hackers imagine the future. Yeah, some of it's silly, you know, as I guess a lot of stuff was. I mean, if you look back at like 90s visions of what, you know, computers becoming a bigger part of culture was going to mean, then you kind of, I mean, it's like let's see, like the Lawnmower Man, I guess is an example. Like what they thought like VR would be, how they were really convinced that VR was going to be the net, like people are going to be spending like their whole life in VR, right? In just in the 2000s, right? In the 90s, they were like, oh yeah, like, I mean, because you could do VR. It was just, you know, really low resolution, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you're using like old technology to do, but they did have, you know, oh yeah, and you probably wouldn't be able to afford the actual peripherals that you'd, yeah, I mean, I guess like and obviously there's still problems with the peripherals. People say that if you get the glass. Oh my god. Sorry, chat. This song is so good. Remix. I did a world walking tour on my treadmill during VR. You know, that's interesting, Rave, because I was doing... At the time, I had a bike trainer, and in the winter, I would bring my bike inside and put it on the trainer, probably to the consternation of my roommates, who did not want a bike in the house. And like, I remember, I'm trying to remember what it was. Like, when I bought the trainer, it gave me access to some software that, like, simulate, you can hook it up to the trainer, and you can simulate like a bike ride, I think through like a digitally generated atmosphere or digitally generated environment. I think that's how it worked, but I feel like there was some that like imitated famous like, what is it, Tour de France, like some famous you know, rides, I guess. Even put the incline up where I was trekking up Vesuvius. Is that what people are doing on Peloton? Are you talking about like with a Peloton? Yeah, because like my obviously this is just my bike hooked up to it. A trainer is like a thing that goes on the back wheel of your bike. You kind of like replace the back wheel on some of them, or yeah, basically, like, what is it? The front wheel's up on a, like, kind of propped up on a block, and then the back wheel you take off or something, and then you put in the, no, wait, you put in a, maybe you don't take the wheel off. I think you put in a, like a particular, you take out the thing that connects your wheel, and you put in, like, theirs, and yeah, it, what is it? I'm trying to remember how it works. Yeah, basically, I feel like I'm doing the thing here, chat. I feel like I'm explaining snail sex to you, right? It came from YouTube chat to see what y'all talk about over here. What do you all talk about over here on Twitch chat? In between extended breaks of saying absolutely nothing. I was in Walt Disney World in 1996. I remember they had virtual reality demonstrations there. I think I remember hearing about VR as a concept even back in the 80s. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what they thought was going to be the big deal in the 90s. But yeah, I'm trying to describe what a bike trainer is, and I'm like, you take the wheel, and then you take the middle thing out of the wheel, and then you put another middle thing in the wheel, and you touch the tips, and then it basically makes your bike like harder to pedal. It gives resistance. That's what it is, right? The front block, I think, is oh my god. The front block, whoa. Way too much Persona 4 today. That's better. Okay, yeah, I think I'm trying to remember just the wheel, it's like a triangle, right? And it's got different grooves that you can put your wheel in, and each of the grooves gives you a different amount of lift. And I think the lift is your incline, right? Which normally the way that like a Peloton would simulate incline, I think, is with resistance. Is that right? Or does it actually move you up? Went to Twitch chat to see what they talk about. We chat more here, but they're like 5 seconds ahead of us. Oh, well, now there's somebody in there. Remember the movie Lawnmower Man? He did, yeah, that was about VR. I don't remember Lawnmower Man. I have seen bits of it here and there. I have a station bike with a pad that makes it more difficult to pedal, yeah. Are you gonna play Silent Hill F? Is that new? What all is new, chat? There's a new Hollow Knight, which I think it's a sprocket. I think you're right. I think it's a sprocket. Sprocket. I have a regular treadmill with an incline, so it's like walking up a hill. Yeah, I just felt like the incline on my trainer was always kind of, it's not, you know, it makes you feel like you're going, like, you know what I mean? The effect of it is it just makes your bike do like that, right? But that's not the same as an incline. The whole reason that inclines are hard in real life is because you're going up a hill. And again, that's going to be, it is a happy game for happy people. Really, it sounds like a happy game. It sounds like a scary game, actually. Yeah, Silent Hill, that's the one with the nurses, right? Like the Lady Gaga nurses. All I know about Silent Hill, chat, is that there was a Lady Gaga video with nurses, and I was like, why are they nurses? And somebody was like, Silent Hill, duh. And I'm just like, okay, I don't play scary games. I don't play scary games. Scary game for me, chat, is like Final Fantasy VIII or something, right? Or like, I don't know. SMT. All my friends really enjoyed the new Hollow Knight. Well, what's the deal? That one's like for gamers, right? That one's for people that are good at gaming. I don't know whether it's because it's like the movie, The Lawnmower Man, has nothing to do with the original Stephen King short story, other than the title. They just used it. Was it Bad Romance or Telephone? I don't know. Do you remember the one? There's one where nurses are dancing, and like everybody was like, "Oh yeah, because it's that scene from Silent Hill." Puzzles in Silent Hill 2 are scarier than the monsters? That sounds more like Final Fantasy X, where the puzzles are scarier than the monsters. No, the puzzles aren't scary. The blitzball, that's what's scary. Holding your breath while you play soccer underwater, that's what's scary. It's Telephone, it is Telephone. And it's all because people have like a thing for nurses, right? That's why that's a thing. I have Lady Gaga stuck up. Which one? Resistance simulates going up a hill. Yeah. I mean, I guess. The thing is, I feel like you could change the resistance. Like, how did you change? Oh wait, no, I remember. Yeah. It adds like another dial to your bike, you know, where I think you change the resistance with that. Basically it connects, yeah, and I think that's why you gotta, yeah, it makes it you know, more or less resistance. And then but then to change the incline or change the feel of the incline on your bike, all you can do is put it on a different like level of block, right? Or get one of the blocks like I had where it's a triangle and there's actually 3 slots for your bike, and one of them is low, one of them is medium, and one of them is high. One of them is mama bear, one of them is baby bear, one of them is daddy bear, and you got to find the one that's just right. I like to platinum every game I play. Wait, does platinum mean like 100%? Hollow Knight 2 requires no death run beginning to end. Not gonna happen. So it's like an old school game. My stationary bike is it's like locking it into place for incline. Anyway, chat, I need to get something to exercise on. Or just go down to that gym if I ever have time. Anyway, speaking of which, why do I never have time? Because I do incredibly long streams. Why do I do incredibly long streams? Because I like to jab. I like to jibber jabber. I like to yap. I like to ramble. And that sounds very much like a me problem. Oh, chat, this is coffee. I actually, I gotta ask you, chat, is $1.50 too much to pay for a cup of coffee? It feels expensive. It feels spendy. I just knew that I had to, you know, do some. I had to do something to get myself going, and so I bought some coffee, some iced coffee, including some. This is the first Thai coffee that I've tasted, right? Like it's grown in Thailand, which actually does have, yeah, a lot of good places to. I mean, Thailand's a great place to grow coffee. I mean, nobody thinks about Thai coffee. They think about Sumatra. They think about Ethiopia. They think about Colombia. They think about Brazil. Bar, it's cardio, Pilates, and yoga in one. I mean, my sister used to teach bar, actually. I should ask her for some, I don't know, how to get started. I keep getting AI floor plates? Wait, what does this mean? Wait, the ads are AI, but they're for floor plates? Is that what it's working on me? Ladies, come and work out while I go from size 20 to 12. Hot music? Oh, floor Pilates, that's it. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, is $1.50 too much to pay for, is it just an AI Pilates instructor? It auto-corrected you. True. Yeah. I was trying to figure out what floor plates were. I was imagining that somehow, I don't know, because we were talking about VR. I was imagining it was something for that like detects your movements. If your plate for food is AI, you will lose weight. But yeah, 150 is what this coffee costed me, and it feels spendy. It feels spendy to me now, but I'm guessing if I was to go to a Starbucks in the Puget Sound area, I would be paying a lot more than 150. The music is all AI, so they're really catchy songs singing their pitch. I mean, the only good AI music I've seen is like when the AI comes up with a completely 150 American dollars. That black coffee you have would cost you 350 in LA. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So it still is like a cheap. I don't know. I cannot like, you know, this is a treat for me. Like, right. I usually make my own coffee. At first I was just making the instant coffee that everybody has here in Thailand, because it's just super common. And then I finally, then I found a bag of ground coffee, which, you know, it's different, right? Because you're not like the bag of ground coffee that I picked up. It's not, it is not a single origin coffee. I think the deal is this, right? That the coffee culture that swept the United States to the point where it's hard for a lot of us to imagine life before it. Take yourself back to like my parents, you know, drinking Folgers crystals or whatever in the 90s. I don't think it ever really, I mean, people like coffee here, but they like it because it wakes you up. They like it because it has caffeine, and they have a whole bunch of other choices, right? That, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong. A lot of people drink coffee. I don't think that people want that. Like in the United States, there's a whole culture of people that like buy expensive coffee machines and then accessories for the it gets crazy. Chad, have you seen it? Like the frozen metal ball. You know what I'm talking about? There's this one kind of coffee where you extract it and then it drips onto a frozen metal ball, and then it drips down the ball into a cup or something. And then there's the thing where, you know, you get your coffee, you grind it perfectly, and then you put it in the little thing, you know, the little filter, and then you got to get this like metal thing with pokers and go pop 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 to poke some holes in your coffee. Don't fuck with coffee. Everything is so expensive. Oh, you don't fuck with coffee because everything is so expensive. Yeah, it is, right? But people have gotten up to like a lot of, you know, where they're, and then the other thing is people like to, you know, they like a Sumatra, or they like a Ethiopian coffee, or they like Colombian coffee, right? They know where their coffee comes from, and they know what they like. They know the roast that they like. And I just don't think that people like care about coffee in that way as much in Thailand. Right. So as a result, you know, you will often find the only clue about your coffee is going to be it is, you know, 70% Arabica, 30% Robusto. Right. So that's the type of coffee bean, but it's not really giving you much other information. Remember when they opened the first Starbucks in San Juan, Puerto Rico? Prior to that, people would drink small cups of coffee they sold cheap in delis. I do care about if my coffee comes from Colombia or not. I despise Maxwell House. I mean, yeah, so that's what I'm saying is like, you know, I come from the Pacific Northwest, like the capital of coffee culture. And I mean, I'm not a snob. Like I'm not I just generally find like a decent coffee that I can afford in beans. I grind it up in an electric grinder because I'm not fancy, you know. I don't have like a special grinder. I don't have multiple settings. It's just an electric grinder. You put the coffee in, you press the button for a certain amount of time, and then you pour out decently ground coffee, and I put it in a French press, right? That's my coffee culture. Yeah, I mean, when I came here, I just adapted to the instant coffee, which I know a lot of people is like, that's gross. My ex bought this coffee machine that uses a little aluminum pods. It feels so wasteful. It makes enough noise to wake up the dead, but the coffee that comes out tastes like manna from heaven. Is it strong? That's what I need. I need strong coffee, and I need good. I would like good coffee, right? I would like it to taste like chocolate, if possible. And you know, because there is coffee out there that does taste. I would actually. I should just be drinking chocolate. Honestly, I should just learn about chocolate and start drinking that instead. Do you know that chocolate was a seriously popular drink in Europe for like a long time? I think there was even a time when like the church banned coffee. Like there was some, or no, sorry, they banned chocolate. But like, yeah, there was a while where everybody was, yeah, I think it was when they first discovered, like cocoa beans in the. Are people too poor in Thailand for fancy coffee? Well, you know, if you're talking about anything fancier than this, then maybe, but I mean, because this is single source, right? This like, I know that this is, they named the mountain in Thailand that this comes from. But it's not as much about like, you know, whether people could afford it or not. It's more just like, you know, where are your priorities, right? And you know, what do you want from coffee? Which in Thailand, it's mostly to get woken up. Isn't cacao? Maybe it's because cacao is an aphrodisiac. I don't know. I have some cold brew. Hell yeah. Too bad it's 1 a.m. So, or else ellipsis, can you please tell me, is cold brew stronger? Can you settle this debate for me? Because I've heard so many different things, and I'm still trying to figure out what was it about the coffee in Vietnam that was so much stronger than anything I've ever had anywhere, anything I could possibly make, anything that I've ever bought anywhere else, right? The coffee that I was getting in Vietnam was like, you know, 1 cup will, you're good for the day, right? I don't know how that works, but yeah, French press tastes really nice, but oh yeah, it is small batches. True. Takes like 20 minutes. Does it take 20 minutes to prepare? Wait, what? Am I doing it wrong? Cold brew is usually stronger, but it depends. Okay, maybe I gotta start doing cold brew. Cold brew is for people with acid reflux. Wait, am I on? Oh my god. Let's change this to... Wait, did I... we do have a poll. Good. Okay, I did that. Aww. I think I missed whatever was going on in chat earlier. Because I wasn't in live. I was in, what's it called? Top chat. It can be stronger, but sometimes it's the same strength. It depends on how you make it. On how you make it. So it depends on what then? Like what aspects of like I don't know. Wait, I don't know like oh how you make it. So like how much you push, how much you put, how much you grind. There's Qatari coffee place opening up near me. I need to check it out. Homemade cold brews turns out better than from the cafe. French press, yeah. French press is 10 minutes to steep, but if you wait, I'm so confused now, malicious. It is only cold brew, right? If you don't heat it. Is that true? Do I have it mixed up? Cold brew is not like making your coffee and then like making your coffee hot and then pouring it over ice, right? That's just iced coffee. Oh, hot coffee turning cold is gross. Yeah. Aren't coffee beans in Vietnam passed through a monkey first? So not all coffee. Wait, I mean, I don't think so. Look, I did get something called weasel coffee there, right? And I looked it up, and traditionally this is made by collecting the poop piles of a creature called a civet, which is kind of like a weasel. The civet is kind of like a weasel, and you collect the poop of it, and but like okay, around a coffee tree, right? You walk around coffee trees that civets go up and they eat the coffee berries, and then they poop the coffee out. And I think traditionally people would just like, you know, take the coffee beans from the poop and like clean them up, and then that's how like the weasel coffee is made, right? But as you can imagine, this is really expensive, and so people, in order to make this, and now understand, this is not all the coffee they drink in Vietnam. This is just one particular thing. It's not even native to Vietnam. I think they started doing it in like Yemen. I think it comes from Yemen, and then Indonesia. It's really big in Indonesia, but it's also has been done in Vietnam. But yeah, so the cheaper ways to make this is either by taking the weasels and keeping them in a crate, force feeding them the coffee cherries, and then collecting the poop, right? That's one way that they made it slightly cheaper. But the other way is that they have these like giant tanks of enzymes that are similar to the enzymes in the weasel's digestive tract. And they'll just kind of like stir up the coffee, or they'll kind of stir the coffee in vats with these enzymes in order to approximate. That's way cheaper, right? Because that's just an industrial process. You don't have to involve animals at all in it. So my coffee that I got, I think, because it doesn't specifically say this coffee was made through the traditional method of, using the civet, this is the creature, and, it passes through their gut, and it I don't know. Like there was no real claims on the coffee bag of like this was, it was just called weasel coffee, and so I'm guessing it was probably made in the industrial process with tanks. Coffee beans grown in different places have different tastes. True, subtle, but I mean it feels pretty real to me. Yeah, the weasel poop coffee. I haven't tried it, Chad. I still have it over by my, I have it on my nightstand right now, and I have not tried. There's so many weasel variants: civets, ermines, ferrets, stoats. Wait, is a stoat like a weasel? It's kind of like similar. I vote for the animal-free method. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I didn't even know. Like, I thought it was named after a weasel. I thought it was just like, whoa, look at this, cool. I'm in Vietnam, and there's a brand of coffee called weasel coffee. I like weasels. Wait, I read that Dutch settlers weren't legally allowed to grow or pick coffee, so they picked the beans out of the civet excrement because they don't digest. Well, they're going after the coffee berry. The weasels want the coffee. There's a berry that grows around your coffee bean that these weasels eat, right? But they're not digesting the bean. They're just eating the berry, digesting the berry juice, right? And then the coffee gets pooped out, but it undergoes like, enzymatic effects in the weasel's digestive tract. Costa Rican coffee slaps grown in volcanic soil. Stoats are the cutest animals in the world. Fight me. What is their poop adding to the coffee? I don't know if it's about adding anything to the coffee. Okay, so here's the theory for why people think it's better. And I want to let you know before I say this, that there are a lot of people out there that don't think it's better, that think it is hype, right? They think that the weasel in the coffee is selling the sizzle, right? That is what most coffee experts will say, that, it doesn't actually make it better. It just has a neat story. It's a cool story, bro. And that's all there is to it, right? But the cool story believers, the people that swear by, no, I buy this weasel coffee because it's better, will tell you one of two stories, right? The one story is that the weasel's enzymes refine the flavor or change the biochemistry of the coffee. I mean, it's possible, right? Either that, or the other story is that the weasel becomes your sommelier, right? The weasel, so what they're saying is that, like, look, you could get coffee that's just some, people growing coffee trees, harvesting the berries, processing the berries, and then giving you all the berries in one coffee. Or you could have a weasel go up there and be like, ooh, I like this berry. No. I like this berry. No. I like this berry. And the theory is that the weasels are picking the best berries because that's their food. The weasel is your sommelier. The weasel is your, cultivator of your coffee, right? That is the theory. And I do think, I do tend to think that this is more in the line of like cool story, bro. It sounds like it doesn't really add anything to it. It's just that, yeah, it has hype. It adds hype. The animal chooses the best. I mean, it's a great story, isn't it? Gamer girl coffee beans, next potential business idea. Look, I would love to. I mean, I'm not exactly a gamer girl, but I would love to sell some coffee if we could get justcoffee.coop to sponsor. My weasel's butt juice is better than your weasel's. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't go for, like, I don't know, breeding the weasels and, like, you know how they're like snooty about breeding dogs? They could do that with weasels, right? And be like, oh, my weasel comes from a line of great weasels. I don't know. Your weasel isn't even paradegreed. What are you talking about? Like, right? Your weasel is a mixed breed. I don't know. People get race. We could do weasel racism. But I'm surprised they didn't. I'm also surprised that no one's like trying to be like, we treat our weasels better, right? Because like that is the problem with the with some of these ops where they're keeping them in small crates, supposedly force feeding them coffee beans, and just they're not treated very well, right? They don't have a good life, right? What if somebody was like, I'm gonna put my weasel, like my weasel sleeps on a silk pillow and is fed like I don't know, just like take your weasel to the spa. Ethically sourced, free, no, better than that, Woody. I mean, I see where you're going with that. Yeah, ethically, this is like, the comparison to milk, right? Like free range, grass-fed weasels or berry-fed weasels. It's supposed to take away the acidity, which is, I guess, what they're, cage-free, weasel. Ermine wins. The weasel eugenics wars, hands down. Oh my god, I don't want to see the weasel eugenics wars. There's a free-range weasel coffee, the abusive weasel coffee. The price doubles when it goes through the wild weasel. Wait. Okay, so the free range meaning the wild weasel? Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that the wild weasels are eating all kinds of stuff, so they got to pick through the poop to get just the coffee beans, right? They don't want to put, like, I don't know, whatever else a weasel eats in your. You don't want like actual weasel shit as your coffee, right? So, but yeah, the thing I thought I understood was that there's some people that raise weasels on like a coffee plantation, right? So that the weasel is there with the, you know, with all the coffee beans it could eat, and then there's some people that will put the weasel in a crate and then feed it coffee beans. Massaging my weasel tummy, like, oh, you have a weasel? Yeah, well, yeah, I would hope more than just rinsing off the coffee beans. Like, I would hope they put it through some kind of process to clean it, and what do you call it? Like, you know, where you kill germs, sanitize. Maybe even irradiate that shit. I don't know. Wheeze the coffee. I'm about to wheeze the rest of the coffee here. But yeah, this coffee is pretty mild as far as its effect. It's not like, it's not too crazy. Not like Governor Gavin Newsom, who is too crazy. So as we all know, Governor, can we call him Governor? Can we just call him Governor? Governor Newsom? I moved to change his name to Governor Newsom. Governor Newsom is known for trying to be internet savvy. After the election loss of the Democrats in 2024, he made his own podcast and he started, you know, talking to people, specifically like right-wing people. You know, Charlie Kirk, I think, was his first guest. And, you know, he was playing the game that, I mean, all these Democrats, they don't have any real beliefs. They don't have anything real that they believe in. So they were like, okay, well, I guess people don't like Democrats anymore. We got to be more like Republicans. Let me bring Charlie Kirk on, and I will agree with him on trans issues, to fully vice signal that I am not one of the wait, governor, not right. Wait, what? Governor. I just want to call him Governor, or the Gavinator, or something like that, right? The Governor. The Gavining. Newsom truly gruesome now. He's acting, he's the brand new guy, just like the, oh wait, no, it's the Indonesian slang. Thank you. So you're saying the phrase Governor, Governor in Indonesian means not right? You got Kanks and Little Smokey versus the Gavinator. You got Kanks and Pumps. You got Kanks and Pumps over here versus Little Smokey and the Gavinator. Little Smokey's trying to put his fake eyelashes on before the speech. But anyway, so yeah, like so he's trying to be a new guy. He's trying to do a new thing. You know, he's gone through various iterations. From what sounded like, you know, yeah, let's legitimately be more like Trump. Let's make friends with right wingers. You know, more of like an Anna Kasparian type of you know, type of pivot that Newsom was doing at first. But then, because unlike Anna Kasparian, who really does believe like in right-wing things, I don't think it's fake for Anna, right? I think if anything was fake, it was her pretending to be progressive. Gavin Newsom doesn't actually believe in anything. Gavin Newsom doesn't actually, you know, he wants to be president. He wants to be powerful. He wants to be a politician. He wants to be famous. He wants to be liked, right? That's his motivation. And so he's able to, if it looks like, you know, the thing is to bring Charlie Kirk on and shit on trans people, he'll do that. If it seems like maybe the thing is to get in a fight with Donald Trump, he'll do that. And honestly, chat, the fighting with Trump, Gavin, is a lot more popular than the, you know, conversations with far-right weirdos, Gavin. And so in, you know, pursuance of that, and wanting to appeal to, I guess, young men, that's probably the thinking. that has him going on Fortnite Fridays, which is Connor Eats Pants. Now, we've watched this before. This isn't like a completely new thing, right? We've watched a Fortnite Friday before. That was when Connor Eats Pants had on Adrian Dittman, gentleman named Adrian Dittman, who claimed not to be Elon Musk, despite sounding exactly like Elon Musk, and people were speculating whether this was Elon Musk's alt, whether this was Elon Musk's way of saying things that he then does not have to be beholden to. Like he does beholden. What am I trying to say? He doesn't have to like he can say things and then have plausible deniability that he didn't really say them by using this Adrian Dittman alt. And Connor seems to have thought that it was actually, I don't know, maybe it's just more funny if it's actually Elon Musk. But yeah, he had a whole conversation with fake Elon Musk, Adrian Dittman. And so it was pretty good. It was pretty good. It was actually really fucking good. Like, Connor's not a political streamer, but he is a streamer with cogent and coherent political thoughts, right? And ones that I would say I disagree with I agree with a lot of them, right? Did not have relations with that woman versus I am not Elon Musk. Israel didn't. Unalive CK, yeah. Connor admits on the stream that Gavin was wait, with Gavin that it was Elon. Okay. I wasn't convinced it's not him, or that he is being. Wait. I think we did see exculpatory evidence at some point, right? I think we did see exculpatory evidence. Hey Lala says it was him. Listen, it did sound like him. I mean, yeah, I can see why people think that. I thought there was something though. Wasn't there something? Didn't Adrian Dittman get doxxed or something? Didn't people find like the real guy, and it actually matches the story that he told? Because Connor had a conversation with him where he told like his story, not Elon's story, but like his story of like, this is where I come from, and this is, I live, like he's just a rich dude that lives in Fiji, and yeah, I think he's originally German. He paid some German guy that we never saw speak on camera. Yeah, they did find a real guy who was a German living in Fiji, and like all of the details that he listed, we never saw the guy. I mean, what, like saw him make a video? I think there was videos of the guy, right? He was some German guy living in Fiji. Never saw footage of him speaking. I'll see if I can find some when I start stream. All right, so yeah, I mean, no, I'm not mad. Chat, never think you're in trouble for disagreeing, all right? In fact, if you're disagreeing with me, you might have the right information and I might have the wrong information, so it's important to say something. Elon is unimportant, except as an example. So yeah, anyway, we've got a conversation between Connor and Gavinator Newsom, right? And it's a wide-ranging conversation that touches on Gaza, that touches on a lot of political issues. This is the difference between Connor Eats Pants and just some random Twitch streamer that kind of knows about politics, that has like a strong opinion, like just some random Democratic Twitch streamer. Like, this is the difference, is that Connor knows enough to ask Gavin the questions that you or I would want to ask, or Hasanabi would want to ask, given the chance to do so. So yeah, part of what comes up during the conversation, I think, is it Connor that brings up Hasan? I think it's Connor that brings up Hasan. And, you know, do you know who Hasan Piker is? And the answer is like, oh yeah, and I'm extremely impressed. He gave, like, you know, adulation to Hasan. But the question that people are asking now is, when Connor said Hasan Piker, was Gavin thinking Hasan Minaj, right? Is that who Gavin has respect for? Or is it Medhi Hasan? Because what we got from him are like the statements that stick out in my mind are like, you know, I'm incredibly impressed. He's extremely impressive. And I don't think I would agree with him on everything. I agree with him on a lot, right? So that could easily be Medhi Hasan. And that could also be Hasan Minaj. But the name that Connor asked was Hasan Piker. So the question, yeah, everything is Hasan, basically. It's a pretty common name in some parts of the world. Although you do sometimes get the spelling with 2 S's versus the spelling with 1 S. But yeah, that's the question everybody's asking now.
Narwhal_ by super chatted $5. Let's get this roaster cookin'. And by roast, I mean donos.
You mean like some good coffee roast, right? Narwhal by nature. Yeah, the other thing I don't know anything about with coffee is the roast. I gotta admit, okay? I thought maybe I liked, well, I mean, obviously I don't like dark roast, right? Because I come from a city with a gazillion Starbucks that nobody goes to. Like I think Starbucks actually started in Seattle, and you know, but the people in where I lived in the Puget Sound would often call it Charbucks, right? The reason they call it Charbucks is because it is too roasted. It is too heavily roasted. It is burnt, a lot of people will say, and so. Because, you know, Seattleites don't actually like Starbucks, you oftentimes find yourself going to Seattle's Best, which I think got bought, or a Tully's, or there's a million other, you know, some of them small businesses, most of them smaller chains than Starbucks, but there's a million other places to go in Seattle if you want to get a cup of coffee, right? Where your coffee will not be burnt. Dark taste burnt. Oh, yeah. And so, like, I don't know. Maybe I like light. Is Hasan's name the name Jason? Wait, what? Oh, is it the same as the name Jason? Is it like does it like translate to Jason? I don't know. Jason? Hasan? I like the way the Connor guy interrogates people by getting them to feel comfortable in Fortnite. Yeah, I think that is kind of like, that is low-key his secret. Although it wouldn't work on me, because I suck at shooting games. Wait, he's a blonde. There was a video, says Deps, about Adrian Dittman, and he's a blonde white dude. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's a rich German child of privilege that is living in Fiji. His parents probably bought a passport there. And so some of these smaller countries, like rich people, can literally like buy a passport. They can buy citizenship. And they're doing that now because they're pretty worried about what's going, even the ultra wealthy are pretty worried about what's going on in America. just hope it never comes to the point where I need like another passport, another citizenship, right? Where I need to be like thinking about that. But yeah, I mean, if you really want for like, you know, to not be reachable by the long hand of fascism, then there may come a time, chat, and the only route to me, I think, is like marriage, right? I think that's the only thing that would you know, give me a second citizenship. So I guess just like Ariel, I gotta hope for true love to find me. Medium roast has more caffeine than dark roast. What about like light roast? Does it get even stronger when it gets light? I don't like coffee. I'm weird. I didn't like coffee growing up, but that's because my parents had shitty coffee. Like they hadn't, you know, been through the. Like I'm sure they don't drink shitty coffee now. Fortnite divides your attention span. It messes up your internal filter. It's actually pretty genius. Well, but shit, I gotta start playing Fortnite, I guess. Fortnite and then Bibi Netanyahu interview. Here we go, chat. That's what I'll do. Wait, do you know what's happening today? Are you talking about in Portland, Kaylala? Or are you talking about like what's been, or Chicago? There's a lot that's been going on that's not and it's like, honestly, it's been going down. Like, right, we've got a Gestapo-like gang of street thugs, many of them January 6ers, many of them far-right extremists. You don't know because they're behind a mask, right? And they're terrorizing the country right now. Terror is, you know, especially certain cities. And they're arresting non-citizens just like they're arresting citizens. And Trump just got them funded like to a higher level than the Israeli military. But yeah, Portland, Chicago, DC are all ramping up. Yeah, I mean, Trump wants a battle. He wants to be able to. What he wants to do, chat, is almost like go back in time and crack down on the protesters. Now, to be fair, he did crack down on the protesters in 2020. He black bagged people straight up, right? There's this whole thing where if you live near a border, which is, yes, the border with Canada, yes, the border with Mexico, but also close to the coast, close to the Great Lakes. So, you know, Seattle, San Francisco, LA, Chicago, you know, just about like, I think the majority of the United States is actually covered by this rule that let him, you know, operate, I think, with Homeland Security forces, and be able to just disappear people. And that happened on a small scale in 2020. We also had an extrajudicial killing in 2020 that not a lot of people remember, but a guy that was accused of killing a far-right extremist, part of a group called Patriot Prayer, a group that was literally riding through town, through Portland, with people. They had their trucks loaded up with people in the back who had paintball guns with frozen pellets, right? So they were just coming down the street shooting people with, you know, what looked like guns, but were actually paintball guns, but shooting frozen paintballs. So, you know, paintball, if it hits you, it hurts. A frozen paintball, you know, who knows what that could do. Anyway, at some point, there was an altercation between somebody on the streets and one of those Nazi thugs rolling through. And we don't have the video of it. We don't know exactly what happened. And this has never been taken to trial because, yeah, Reinhold was extrajudiciously murdered, right? Trump literally just sent in, you know, federal officials to kill the guy. Almost like he didn't want, you know, that to get any sort of case to proceed. Because if, you know, just like the boats in Venezuela, chat, when he's sinking those boats, when he's killing the people on board, he's able to just be like, yep, that's right, they were a drug boat. It was a drug boat. They were trying to kill American citizens with fentanyl, and we stopped them. And we don't fucking know. I'm guessing that most of those people were probably fishing, right? But when he fucking takes them out, rather than, I don't know, you know, I don't even know what the predicate would be to detain them, because I don't think they're even in international waters, Chad. I think they're in Venezuelan waters, is where these attacks are going on. And Kyle Rittenhouse got off, but well, I mean, this is the whole thing. When Trump goes and extrajudicially murders somebody, you don't ever get to find out like what actually happened, which may be, and Reinholdt's claim, I believe, was that he did fire the shot that that fatally wounded that Patriot Prayer member, but his claim was he did so in defense. I think defense of others specifically, right? Because yeah, these guys were coming through the town with fucking frozen paintball pellets in their guns, just causing chaos, right? Like, Portland exists, and a bunch of right-wing fuckos just decide, like, well, you know, we're gonna roll. I don't know. I mean, this is just like. But yeah, like Narwhal says, we got to get rolling. Thank you for getting us started today, Narwhal. We got five in the tank. I don't know how long we're gonna run today, but yeah, we're gonna take a look at what's going on with Connor. We're also gonna take a look at something going on with Sex Pestiny, right? And actually, we have two stories, two updates on Sex Pestiny today. The first is that his court case is not going well, and he's really upset about it. We'll see how much time we have to cover this, right? But I wanted to give you this update. So as you know, or as you may or may not know, Sex Pestiny was sued by one of his orbiters for having shared NSFW videos, I believe, of her without her consent. And in the process of discovery, Destiny was asked to send, I think, screenshots, right? It's my understanding that the prosecutor, or the litigant, the plaintiff, there we go. The plaintiff, Jane Doe, I mean, we know, most of you know who I'm talking about here, but, you know, on the court case, she is listed as Jane Doe, so we'll just keep saying that. Basically, Jane Doe's hired a forensics team to look at the screenshots sent by Sex Pestiny in discovery, and they have determined that the evidence has been tampered with, right? If you don't find true love, you should look for someone who will marry you to help you out. I don't know. I mean, let's hope it doesn't come to that. I would hate to, I don't know. Anyway, we got to get going and we got to get talking about this. But yeah, that's the first Destiny update. The second Destiny update is actually implicates Destiny a little bit deeper than just this civil lawsuit that Jane Doe has filed against him. The former Destiny orbiter filed against him, right? And this is a potential criminal case being talked about, being filed by the Trump administration itself, which isn't that surprising considering how hard Destiny threw himself into the orchestra pit to try to get attention after the Charlie Kirk thing went down. It's not, you know, we all know that the Trump administration is coming for blood, and you know, that people, you know, especially high profile people that were seen, you know, making jokes about the Charlie Kirk killing, or you know, sometimes even just quoting things that Charlie Kirk said in the midst of all this hagiography, in the midst of even Ezra Klein trying to whitewash Charlie Kirk's actual reputation and play him out to be some kind of guy that really cares about conversation between different political sides in the United States, and just wanted to reach out and have a good faith conversation, you know, and maybe, I don't know, change his mind, right? You know, this is the way that Ezra Klein kind of portrayed him. Obviously, that's not what Charlie Kirk was doing. Charlie Kirk was just taking the Ben Shapiro / Steven Crowder playbook and, you know, combining that with AstroTurf money, combining that with, you know, he had Turning Point USA, which was bankrolled to the gills and was essentially a psyop on college campuses that faked it until it made it, right? You know, Charlie Kirk, for the longest time, struggled to have any audience that is young, still has an audience, or still had an audience, let's say, that you know, leaned more towards the elderly than the young. And but you know, the whole project was to try to AstroTurf a you know, like a right-wing consciousness into college campuses, right? And yeah, so there's a lot of hagiography. It's understandable to be pissed off and to disagree with the hagiography, but Destiny was just saying things that were kind of purposely provocative. Now, that being said, that's free speech. That's free speech, all right? So in terms of, did Destiny do anything wrong here? Should Destiny, you know, be hit with like criminal consequences for saying things that might be a little ghoulish and distasteful? No, he shouldn't. No, he shouldn't. But it's important to remind ourselves that this is what he was trying to do to Hasan for the longest time. This is the Wile E. Coyote falling in his own trap, all right? So yeah, I mean, it's but anyway, we'll look into that more, and whether Destiny it might be in trouble, or whether he might be already out of trouble, right? Because there's some potential indication of that as well, and we'll get to that, all right? But first, we gotta check in with our governor of the great state of California, Governor Newsom. I mean, like, general public, yeah, I love how many MAGA folks now hate Destiny and consider him to be a violent leftist. Having him be their target instead of Hasan would be great. Look, I mean, nobody should be targeted for their free speech, all right? As much of a scumbag as Destiny is, you know, having, like, no tact, having bad taste, even trying to be provocative, you know, in the wake of like a murder is not, that's not a crime. Just as far as I'm concerned, the crimes that JD Vance may be looking into Destiny for are not crimes at all, and we really don't want them to become crimes. So yeah, I think everybody's going to push back against any action against Destiny. I just wanted to make sure to remind us that not only would Destiny not be doing this for Hasan, would not be doing this for any member of the left, would actively fucking laugh in your face if you got rolled up by the Trump administration. But you know, he was wait, where am I going with that? Not only is he not only was he okay with this stuff happening to Hasan, he and Dan Saltman and Ethan Klein were actively doing things to make it happen to Hasan, right? Should be targeted for other reasons. We're going to get into that too, malicious communications, at least in a civil sense, right? At least in the sense of his civil lawsuit that you know, Jane Doe has brought him up on. We are looking at potentially some very... Isn't he about to be homeless soon? Wait, sorry, Tanky Gooner, what's this about? Do you know something I don't know? While I stem? Yeah, exactly, general public, exactly. And I know there was some attempt by Cherry, another Destiny orbiter, to because, you know, most of these so with Jane Doe, the images, the video, whatever, was taken consensually, right? Jane Doe was like, you can film me, okay? you can film us doing the stuff, right? Jane Doe was okay with that, right? What Jane Doe was not okay with was with it being shared, which Destiny did with a 17-year-old. Yeah, that's the real thing, chat, that I think is like the standout kind of smoking gun as far as Destiny maybe having some very serious culpability is fucking the NSFW, you know, chatting with a 17-year-old. Was she 15? No, we're talking about Rose. Oh God, there was a 15-year-old that Destiny said was hot, I think. It's hard to keep it all straight, right? There's all kinds of inappropriate things that Destiny has done involving young people, right? But this one that I'm talking about here involves a person named Rose, who's a 17-year-old, and I think who was maybe is getting deposed in this lawsuit brought by Jane Doe. But yeah, the other lawsuit was brought by a former Destiny orbiter named Cherry, who apparently was, I think, recorded, maybe just audio recorded, without her consent. Which, you know, I mean, I've had some not so great interactions with Cherry myself. That being said, obviously, that's fucked up what Destiny did to her. That is fucked up. Don't be sad for me though, chat. We got revenge on Cherry when Cherry platformed my psychotic stalker, and was this strangest stream. I think Dylan was there too, right? This was the feeling I got was that Cherry was getting paid in subs to do this, right? So in my opinion, she was farming. Also, right afterwards, she got in a fight with Demon Mama, which was weird because they weren't at odds. I don't remember. I'm trying to remember how this happened, but it was the stream that Cherry was going after me. Demon Mama, I think, raids Cherry because at the time Demon Mama was a Twitch streamer, and it's like, oh, are we doing NCC content? Let's NCC what's going on. Demon Mama. Wait, chat. Demon Mama. And wait, refusing to use chopsticks is actually badass. Wait, what is refusing? When you have a sex addict that keeps publicly getting caught doing bad shit, there's a bunch of bad shit you're not seeing. Oh, true. Yeah, probably. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, Demon Mama raids into Cherry. I don't remember. It was the stupidest thing too. They didn't really have they shouldn't have gotten in a fight, but they did. Right? I think it was something that like Cherry perceived the raid. The raid was not a hate raid, right? Demon Mama hates my guts. The raid was very likely done because Cherry was talking shit about me, right? It was very much a solidarity and anti-NCC, action going on, right? But somehow it got misunderstood, I think, as like some sort of a hate raid. I think it's been a long time, chat. I don't remember. I do remember I covered it. If you want to watch old videos, I definitely have that on my channel somewhere. Where Cherry and Demon Mama are fighting and NCC is hitting the bong in the corner, just enjoying life. Cherry was a really annoying Destiny orbiter for a very long time. Glad she stopped that. Well, now she's a very annoying J-Stalk orbiter. Orbiting really close to the small planetary object called J-Stalk. But either way, chat, that's neither here nor there. Oh my god. No, I mean, that's not what these are for, chat. I'm misusing my... I'm misusing my chopsticks. So we got to get to Connor Eats Pants, talking to Governor Governor Gavin. Gruesome Gavin Newsom. Not being ableist, I still think she was bipolar. And the other word that goes with that, I don't know what you're talking about. She could easily flip on you. Are we talking about Demon Mama here or Cherry? 1 minute, cool. She's cool with me. The next minute, she's berating me, telling me I should stop. I guess I never knew her well enough to know. I just assumed she was farming, right? I think she got paid. I think she got subs from a certain someone for doing a NCC hate stream, but I don't know. And I don't really care. And again, chat, I know it's weird. I'm eating fruit with chopsticks. It's because I couldn't find. Usually they put like a little poker in here, like a little toothpick thingy, and you can just pick it up and eat it like that. But they didn't give me one, right? So I got to use chopsticks. Yeah, I mean, I'm not super comfortable talking about like potential diagnoses with people. I know that that people have said that about Cherry in the Destiny community. When DGG started hating Cherry, I think I started seeing people talk about like Cherry's mental health and stuff like that. But listen, here's the deal. They say that shit about everyone. Every woman who has something inconvenient to say that Destiny doesn't want to actually deal with, right? They will throw those exact diagnoses. So at this point, it's the fucking hate community that cried wolf, right? Or in this case, cried borderline. Just like I don't know what to believe, right? I have no idea what to believe. I have minimal Draculito defense. I could probably like just like snag Draculito. Not the same as Cherry from Xander Hall's community. Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, there's a lot of cherries out there. You're thinking of Cherry Bread TV. That was Xander Hall's editor before Xander Hall, you know, flipped out, crashed out on her. Different person. This is Cherry spelled in a funny way. Stop stun locking Irene, chat. Yeah, we got to get going, chat. Especially if we're going to have any chance of bonus content. Because we are not starting off on like a promising note here, right? So as you all know, I give you the first half of the stream. God damn, I almost lost it. I give you the first half of the stream for free. That's the free half, right? The stuff that's on the thumbnail, the stuff that I talk about in the title and description and everything. That's content that I program for you, that I choose for you, right? And then if we get to 100 on that number that says 5 right now, so in other words, if we increase that number by 95, then we have the possibility of me sticking around to cover some bonus content, which is the stuff you are voting for right now if you're in YouTube chat. And if you haven't noticed it yet, well, notice it now, because it's right there. It is right there. Oh, wait, I'm curious about this. Okay, last time we did bonus content, the last place was her take. Yeah, people were not interested in Anna Kasparian versus Jillian Michael. So I'm kind of curious how that's going to do today. Let me take a look. Also, let me get us switched over to this screen. Cherry Bread TV would have been a better streamer than Xander Hall, potentially. What am I looking for? Looking for this. All right. So look at that. We got 2 goals, actually. 2 goals for the price of 1. Let me just fix this one. And I will now explain both to you. So like I said, this number 5 out of 100 does not exactly portend, a very long stream, but if the number does find a way to get up to 100 by the end of my coverage of Gavin Newsom and Sex Pestiny, then we'll be in for some bonus content. It's the bonus content that is been put up to vote. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Okay, so Anna Kasparian, her take, not in last place today. Not in last place today. Amazing. I think that's pretty good content, right? I think that Jillian Michaels crash out, which she did. Jillian Michaels is still talking about this shit, and it's not going well for her. But anyway, what's in first place right now is the debate that we watched a little bit of yesterday, or like the day before yesterday, which was Hasan debating Ross Douthat. Ross Douthat is oh my God, chat, only 45 of you have voted so far. What the fuck? Get over there and make your look. It may not matter if we're only at 5%, then maybe don't vote. I don't know. But anyway, if we do get to 100% somehow magically, then your votes on the poll that's on YouTube right now are going to be determinative potentially as far as what kind of bonus content that we get after the mainstream. Because like I said, I choose the free half for you, and you choose the fun half, right? And you choose it by voting. Which 46 of you have done so far. I really hope I don't end up regretting streaming tonight, because I don't know, chat. I don't know. There might have been more productive things I could be doing with my time today. But anyway, if we get to 100% on the bonus meter there, then we'll cover something else. Right now, what's in the lead is Hasan debating Ross Douthat. I almost called him Ross Douthat. Ross Douthat is the guy. He's a tradcath. No, he's not a tradcath. I keep on wait, is he a tradcath? Morning, lesbian hot sauce. Good to see you. I can't remember if this guy's a tradcath or not. He's some kind of weird right winger, although he's more of the like intellectual right winger. Like he's like the Winnie the Pooh with a monocle version, right? Whereas you got Winnie the Pooh with the MAGA hat. That's not him. He's Winnie the Pooh with the monocle, right? He's the sophisticated right-winger that's been to college and likes to think of himself as wholly different than the MAGA chuds out there because he does not wear a MAGA hat on his head. But yeah, he brought Hasan on to debate him, and that might actually end, chat. That might actually result in a Hasan versus Ezra Klein confrontation, which, oh my God, I would love to see that. Is Newsom really playing with Hasan? Newsom is talking about potentially getting interviewed, even better than playing Fortnite with Hasan. But I don't know. Maybe that would be the way. Do you think that would be the way to interview Gavin Newsom? Because people are talking about Connor, who did play Fortnite with Newsom, and that's what brought about Gavin's comment about Hasan Piker. Now we still aren't sure, right? Because it's conceivable that when Connor asked Gavin about Hasan Piker, maybe Gavin thought that he was talking about Hasan Minaj. Maybe Gavin thought that he was talking about Hasan, like Medhi Hasan, right? But he said that he respects the fuck out of Hasan. Maybe he didn't know who he was talking about, and that he wants to, that he would be willing to come on stream to talk to, to have a conversation with Hasan. Ezra was upset. Would upset Kaya. Oh God, yeah. Bringing Ezra Klein in to the studio might not be a good thing. Hasan should rip up cringe Newsom. Oh, rip him a new asshole. I mean, it would be an interesting conversation. But the way that Gavin's talking about it, though, like it's almost like he. It makes me think that he didn't mean Hasan. He didn't realize he was thinking about a different Hasan, right? So there's every chance that that's happened. But he officially said he's open to that. So if he backs down from it, whether or not he thought that Connor was talking about Hasan Minaj or Medhi Hasan, it's going to look bad for Gavin, right? So we do have a potential Fortnite stream, although I don't even know if Hasan plays Fortnite, but. That's apparently the way to talk to celebrities, politicians, if you want to like bypass their filter, right? So that's what people are talking about with the Connor eats pants versus Gavin, and it does become a little bit of a debatey debate at points, right? He brings up Gaza, which obviously they don't agree on. He brings up a number of things that they don't agree on. So Newsom is going down in the polls the more he talks. So I don't know, sinking ship, I think. Yeah, the only thing that Newsom really has going for him is that Trump hates his guts, right? Actually, I got to be real. I feel like Trump, like the whole thing, the fact that Gavin Newsom is a possibility for running for president in 2028, I think is entirely due to Donald Trump. Because if you look at Gavin's polling when he was just doing his podcast and mainly just talking to right wingers and being like way too friendly with them, throwing way too many marginalized people under the bus, like that was not a winner. That was Gavin looking like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and the rest of the Democrats who people fucking hate, right? And it's like what people like about Gavin Newsom is that he makes fun of Trump. He tweets in all caps and calls, you know, Trump bad names, right? That's what people. Medhi is the best interview out there. Yeah, and in a way, Dan BV, it would be. It might be better if it was a conversation. I think Medhi would probably, because Medhi is not only like Hasan debates, but he's not a debate lord. You saw him really hold his own with Ross Douthat last time, but he's not. It's not his wheelhouse, right? It's not where what he likes to do. Medhi Hasan, on the other hand, has written a whole book. I think it's How to Win Every Argument is the name of Medhi Hasan's book. So he is a debate lord, and he is a journalist, and he is a tough interviewer, right? So that could be cool too, even if he didn't mean Hasan. I mean, we'll try to figure that out. We'll see. I'll ask what you think, chat. We got to get into this though. We got to get rolling because, yeah, like I said, we're only at 5 out of 100, and it's going to take 100 to get to the bonus content where we get to see more of Hasan versus Ross Douthat. So if that means anything to you, if you appreciate the stream, if you like the fact that I'm bringing you content night after night in an extended, in-depth format, then you can support the stream. You can make this number go up. You can give us a better chance for bonus content, and you can get some cool, some cool bling for yourself too, through a number of different ways. The things that make this number go up are when you do a super chat, if you get a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership on YouTube, or if you gift memberships on YouTube. That all makes it go up. If you support me on Throne, which is, some people ask, is there a way that I can donate some money that doesn't get, kind of pilfered by the platform, which, yeah, it does on YouTube and it does on Twitch as well. The best options for that, if you want more of your money to go to supporting the stream, is to support me either on Throne, which I've still got the Vietnam fund.
Chinta super chatted $5. First time dono for the vibes.
For the vibes. That's as good of reason as any. But thank you for the dono, and thank you for the vibes, and thank you for also the other goal that we got here is the butterfly goal, for advancing that one too. So whoa, what am I trying to do? That is what I'm trying to do. But anyway, that's one way that you can support me, and not support the platforms if you wanna. He does conversations, Piker. Wait, yeah, no, definitely Hasan has conversations. You're right about that, Dan BV. I'm just saying he's not like Vosh or Destiny. He's not somebody who made his name by doing debates, right? And the debates that he did back in the day, some of them were like really bad faith, like, right? Some of them, he's learned, right? So, but he has really shown at times, right? I think his debate with Andrew Tate is a great example of that, right? I think that his debate with Ethan Klein is a pretty good example of that, right? So yeah, he will do conversations, he will do debates. He would be open to having a conversation with Governor Gavin Newsom if he really wants to. The question is, did Gavin Newsom know who Connor was talking about? And we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, like I said, if you support me on Throne, which right now I have a cash goal to help offset the cost of the Vietnam trip, if you want to support me there, or if you support me on Patreon, that works as well. if you sign up for my Patreon at the $5 level or above, I actually give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. So, and we'll get to that in just a second, right? The other way you can support the stream is on Twitch. Yeah, if you look up there, right? Look at that. Twitch has 170 subscribers. YouTube has 146. Now, this is not normal, okay? This is not normal. This is the Twitch community punching way above its weight class, you know, at least for now, because there's a lot more people watching me on Twitch than watch me on, or a lot more people watching me on YouTube than watch me on Twitch. And the subs are kind of expensive on Twitch. You know, that being said, yeah, Twitch is ahead for the moment. So you can get yourself a sub for free if you've got Prime. You can also maybe see about that settlement if you've got Prime. There's a settlement for Prime users if you, depending on how you signed up for Prime or if you had trouble canceling your Prime. So look into that too. But yeah, if you have Prime at this moment, you can hook that baby up to Twitch if you have a Twitch account, and you can use it for a free sub to anybody's channel. And if it happens to be my channel, you'll get all of the emotes on my channel, which are actually animated. So those are I think that's what people, I think that's why people like subscribing on Twitch, is the animated emotes, right? So, but you can get that for free, no cost to you if you have Prime, right? You can also pay for a sub. I think it's gone back up to $6. September is over, so yeah, sadly it's more expensive now. Or you can gift people subs, which is extremely generous, and I appreciate it, and so do they. Right? So those are the ways that you can support the stream. Those are the ways that you can make this number go up. The other number that just went up that you might have noticed is the butterfly goal number. Every day I give chat the chance to put a butterfly in my hair, a butterfly like this in my hair. And at the moment we've got 57 minutes and 33 seconds left to make that happen. So if that's important to you, if you want to see a butterfly in my hair, you can make it happen with a teal super chat. Yeah, that's, you know, if we can collect 10 of those in the next hour or so, we'll be butterfly status, which is really cool. I like butterfly status. Anyway, like I said, I appreciate the fuck out of my Patreons. They support me monthly with a donation, and they also, you know, more of that donation gets to me, so that I really appreciate. The other thing that you get if you support me on Patreon is at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since it is near the beginning of the stream now, let me make those shouts out. Shouts out to users, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, who I recently saw, I believe, Big Al Cake Mix. Big Al, you were in the Hasan Ross Do That video, I think, right? Prominently featured NCC chatter there. So yeah, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzymandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy, schmancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, to Crystal Saphira, to Zera Xerox. Patreons, you rock. All right, with that, chat, we got to get to this. We got to get to this content. I got content coming out of every orifice of my body. I'm gonna have a content stigmata if I'm not careful here. Let's see what we got. Let us see what we got. So there's the Hasanabi reaction to it. I feel like... Oh, there it is. We'll take a look at Hasan's reaction too. How long is... This is the one, how many minutes? 11, yeah. Ugh. Do we want to start off with Hasan? Hasan? His name is Hasan? Why the fuck not?
Did you go on Hasan's stream? Do you know about Hasan?
He's impressive beyond words. I would.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very, very impressed by a lot of what he has done and say what he says on not everything I agree, but a lot of things. It seems impressive, very, very good.
About the Nelk boys.
Well, I love the Bonell guys.
They seem like fun dudes, man.
They seem like fun dudes, and those guys critical.
Sometimes you gotta cut people off, bro. Sometimes they sometimes they are mean. They talk behind your back. They're rude. Sometimes they commit genocide. It's a couple of different things. It just depends. But yeah,
Are we loud enough? I think that Connor is. I'm getting the feeling that this. I think we need to boost the audio. What do you think, chat? Boost the audio. Let's take a look and see what we got here. Ah.
I think that's shared by overwhelming majority of people. By the way, it's shared by almost everyone, every elected official most elected officials that I've talked to that have worked with him on both sides of, interestingly, the political aisle. But he's the one constant over there, I think it's him, but I think it's a lot of the government over there. I think it's very much there's a lot of problems that be addressed that don't even end with him. I think our support is a bit of a problem. I think our unconditional support's a bit of a problem, and I think for young people especially, it's a huge problem. I understand. No, look, I understand. I mean, it's I've long been a supporter of the state of Israel, but not its current leadership, and I completely understand that sentiment. But I hope we can separate just as much as I hate Donald Trump's.
Yeah, classic liberal Zionist talking point here, right? It's all Netanyahu's fault, right? Israel had a good thing going. They had a good thing going up until Netanyahu. Everything was great until Netanyahu. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. That's a great way to, I don't know. But it's a comment. Here's what it is, right? There's like the old way of thinking, which either by, your faith, in which Israel is something you read about in the Bible. I don't mean the Tanakh. I mean the Christian Bible, right? That you grow up reading about, and right. It has like almost religious implications for you if you are a evangelical Christian, and maybe even more, not just like historical or religious, but it has to do with like prophecy and shit like that, right? Or you are just used to thinking of let me be real, you're used to thinking of Arabs as terrorists because you have seen so many movies where that is the case. And Israel is going up against the terrorists, so they must be the good guys, right? There's not a lot of thinking that went into this, right? Prior to to October 7th and the events that have transpired since October 7th. So you're getting this weird little combination with a knowledge that whatever's going on, with the leadership in Israel right now, and hence what's going on in Gaza, is unacceptable, but that Israel as a project is a noble project, which is about defending the Jewish people, and that project should still be. But you got this kind of take. It's like kind of writing. It's a very strange fence writing, right? Because what you're doing when you're Gavin Newsom and you're kind of retaining that, like, well, no, Israel's still really good and we should support the fuck out of Israel, and no, Israel's two-state solution, my friend, right? You're kind of just bringing back the old consciousness about Israel, along with the new consciousness that what Israel's doing right now, at least you could say, is at the very least a war crime, if not agreeing with the UN at this point and calling it straight up a genocide.
Administration. I still love my country, and that to me has always been an important distinction.
Yeah, if 85% of the country liked the mass apprehensions, then yeah, you would fucking have a different opinion.
Everybody had like equal like voting rights, probably.
Well, I mean, I certainly support two-state solution. That was one of the emphasis, one of the.
Oh my God! Connor is talking about Israel
everything to
with the governor of California.
I think it's the only solution moving forward. And
why do you think it's the only solution?
Well, I mean, this notion of two states is foundational. The ability for people to live their lives and govern them.
Isn't that amazing? He's talking to somebody younger. And they're like, well, why do you think? Here, let's roll that back.
Why do you think it's the only solution?
Connor is talking about Israel
everything to
with the governor of California.
I think it's the only solution moving forward. And
why do you think it's the only solution?
Well, I mean, this notion of two states is foundational.
It's foundational. So the framework that he's coming from is like, kid, you just don't know this. Two-state solution is the woke thing to say. Right? And it was the furthest left you could be as a Democrat under like Bill Clinton or George Bush or Barack Obama, right? That was the woke thing to say. Two-state solution, right? If you you know, and if you say anything else, then you're basically a terrorist, right? So that's what he's saying is like, no, kid, you don't understand this. Like, I've been around this issue. I did not become aware of Israel and Palestine on October 7th, unlike you. And in reality, it's not Gavin that knows more than Connor. It's Connor that knows more than Gavin. Connor that understands potentially that the peace process, the roadmap to peace that was supposed to end in a two-state solution was a poison pill at worst. Right, because it was never paired with, this is the reason that, these deals didn't take. It was paired with stuff like the Palestinians giving up their right of return, and that, it was, it is undermining the right that Palestinian people should have to their ancestral home and all of it. From the river to the sea, if we want to bring in Norm Finkelstein's point, one person, one vote, right? Connor is on the one-state solution, the abolishing of apartheid, the abolishing of an ethno-state, and the freeing of the Palestinian people. And because Israel, especially now, especially with all the land that's been, seized and settled and taken over, because Israel's going to play such a big role in the lives of the Palestinian people, you've got to give those people enfranchisement. You've got to give them the ability to vote. But yeah, it's really funny how, Gavin is trying to little bro Connor as if he just does. You just don't know. Before we were talking about before we had it all figured out. In the late 90s, it was the end of history, and history should have ended there. And for some reason, it didn't. Mistakes were made. I don't know what happened. But in actuality, that wasn't even a good ending. Okay. Anyway, let's.
The ability for people to live their lives and govern themselves, and this idea that he's given up on it, I think, is disgraceful.
What does it mean? What does it mean, like foundational? Ooh, sorry.
No,
he means it's what people have always said, right? He interprets this as the progressive stance, right? And like I don't even know if he understands what one state is about.
I believe in sovereignty. I believe the ability for people to have their own representation. I believe people live their lives in dignity and live their lives on the basis of their norms and on the basis of their history and culture and traditions. And I believe in the notion of sovereignty, and I believe countries' rights.
So, I mean, like, what I would ask Gavin here is like, okay, you believe in sovereignty. Great. How much sovereignty would California have if it was invaded by Trump, and like if it was its own country, if it was invaded by Trump, and that it shrank to the size of, like, I don't know, LA and San Francisco, and in the middle is Trump country, right? how much self-determination do you think that California would have?
Their norms and on the basis of to have their own representation. I believe people live their lives in dignity and live their lives on the basis of their norms and on the basis of their history and culture and traditions and believe in the notion of sovereignty.
See, do you see how he's framing it? Like, this is progressive. This is woke. This is the less racist version. This is the less racist, the viewpoint to take on Israel-Palestine.
I believe countries.
I was with you, and then when I saw his appearance on the Note Boys podcast, it kind of opened my eyes to research a bit more. And now I think that potentially a one-state solution may be the only possible solution.
So yeah, what Connor's referring to there is that Benjamin Netanyahu himself has bragged about the fact that he stopped the possibility of a two-state solution happening, right? So whilst like liberals like Gavin Newsom were advocating for a two-state solution, Benjamin Netanyahu was setting in motion events that would make that two-state solution impossible. Now, why do I say that? Now, I talked about already the fact that Palestine has been split into two, not contiguous areas, but even more than that, the West Bank has been riddled, has been carved up with settlements, right? So that it's impossible to get like from one place in the West Bank to another place without taking a huge ass detour. Because as a Palestinian, you're not allowed to use Israeli roads, right? Your license plate will be given to you according to whether you are a let's say an Israeli you're an Israeli citizen, you're a Palestinian Israeli, if you're a resident of East Jerusalem or a resident of the West Bank or a resident of Gaza. It determines, what roads you can even take, right? And there's, settlements in the West Bank with a ton of roads that Palestinians aren't allowed to take. So if you're a Palestinian in the West Bank, it's not even that area, even the West Bank itself is just not accessible to the Palestinians that live there. So yeah, this is just Hutch posted an hour-long rant about 30 seconds of Hasan saying the Democrats losing the narrative on trans people makes them less safe. Yeah, I think we covered that last time, didn't we? That's on the previous VOD.
Well, and we have a little bit of disagreement on that. I'm not falling. I'm not going to align with Bibi Netanyahu on that point of view.
No, I don't align with Bibi. I think that's more of a Palestinian support solution. Just getting equal rights and being able to.
Isn't that wild? Well, look, I don't agree with Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't think I guess I can see how you say that because Netanyahu is on the record now as being against a two-state solution. I don't think he always was, and in general, the kind of game of patty cakes that Israel played with the United States was to say we've got a roadmap for peace. We are on track to achieve a two-state solution. And that was just, that was a story to tell America while Israel made it impossible for a two-state solution to take place, right? So Gavin's, defending the two-state solution as if it's the progressive thing to support, and Connor recognizes that it not only is it basically impossible at this point, but it doesn't respect Palestinian self-determination.
Oh my God! Connor is talking about Israel with the governor of California.
I think it's the only solution moving forward. And
why do you think it's the only solution?
Well, I think this notion of two states is foundational. The ability for people to live their lives and govern themselves, and this idea that he's given up on it, I think, is disgraceful.
What does it mean? What does it mean, like foundational? Ooh, sorry.
No, I believe in sovereignty. I believe the ability for people to have their own representation. I believe people live their lives in dignity and live their lives on the basis of their norms and on the basis of their history and culture and traditions, and I believe in the notion of sovereignty, and I believe countries' rights to govern themselves.
And then when I saw his appearance on the Note Boys podcast, it kind of opened my eyes to research a bit more. And now I think that potentially a one-state
too quiet, isn't it?
The only possible solution.
Well, we have a little bit of disagreement on that. I'm not falling. I'm not going to align with Bibi Netanyahu on that point of view.
No, I don't align with Bibi. I think that that's more of a Palestinian.
He's giving RFK vibes. Does he sound tired, or are you just saying the gravelly voice?
Support solution. Just getting equal rights and being able to live on where they live.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's different approaches is to reach that same, at least as you've described it, that same perspective. But I've long believed in two-state solution, and I believe it's the appropriate and preferable path.
You think Jared Kushner is going to do a good job?
Come on, Jared Kushner is part of this grift, and the idea that he's part of this TikTok deal, and I mean, this is, part of the TikTok deal indirectly, I guess. And that's a whole nother conversation about everybody involved.
The algorithm's getting worse on there. Now we're all on Instagram Reels. Instagram Reels is kind of taken over, which is crazy. You told me that a few years ago. I wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah, well, Zuckerberg's, it's his competition over there at TikTok. But it's interesting. What do you think? I mean, forgive me, I was conflating with Jared. EA, and they've now taken private EA, which is a proud California company. What do you make of that, and the Saudis and everybody involved in that deal?
And with EA, was that? Oh, buying EA?
They put 55
They run
billion
everybody, dude. They own like part of Nintendo now too. At this point, like I think it's bad, but I think again that's kind of what I was getting about earlier about just capital in general. Like everything's.
We are watching the number one political journalist in the country, Connor Eats Pants, talking to the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, over a game of Fortnite. CA Gov Excel.
That was going to be Antifa Gaming.
That's his username? Gavin Newsom is doing more gaming than you? Shut the fuck up.
We got to break those silos, and we got to get our shit together. And that's, why I appreciate you giving me this privilege and this platform.
Thank you for coming on. Again, like traditional celebrities don't seem to respond. I'm just one guy. Like at the end of the, I don't have a booking agent. And so I'm trying to get listen, I love having you on, Gavin, but I would love to have Miranda Cosgrove on. I would love to have Selena Gomez. Any of these like actual celebrities, but like they don't respond because their publicists just think they need to go on like, I don't know, Joe Rogan, or go on, I don't know, Travis Kelce's podcast.
Wait, let's rewind that. I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted.
Celebrities on here, brother.
Like Jesus. I think they need to get like,
you giving me this privilege and this platform.
Thank you for coming on. Again, like traditional celebrities don't seem to respond. I'm just one guy. Like at the end of the, like I don't have a booking agent, and so I'm trying to get like. Listen, I love having you on, Gavin, but I would love to have Miranda Cosgrove on. I would love to have like Selena Gomez. Any of these like actual celebrities, but like they don't respond because their publicists just think they need to go on like, I don't know, Joe Rogan, or go on, I don't know, Travis Kelce's podcast.
Great. Yeah, it's Connor's audio, and unfortunately I can't really fix it because we're watching Hasan react to Connor, which is unfortunately what we're going to have to do. We're at 10 out of 100 right now, and I'm going to probably take the less scenic route for this stream. So, if you're interested in any of the bonus content, you're going to have a little bit less time than normal. I'm going to do, maybe a little speed run of this content. There is more that I could have given you, but I just got to kind of, I don't know. I got to use my time as well as I possibly can. Hasan's French stream hasn't had, I don't know if it's about the audio mixing. I think what it is that Connor's stream just isn't optimized, and like I could do that if I was just which I plan to do. I plan to just watch Connor's stream for you. Unfortunately, I don't know, either people just aren't as into content that has anything to do with gaming, or I'm streaming too late at night. I'm getting paid $10 for this, so I gotta kind of I gotta kind of go, I gotta scale the stream along with the the pay rate, and it's still not great. It's still less than minimum wage. So we're just gonna we're probably gonna, I was gonna show you the whole or at least a good portion of Connor talking to Gavin Newsom, but it's looking like we're veering towards the speed run version of the stream.
Just, mark this moment. Well, you've had plenty of celebrities on here, brother.
Like
Jesus, what the hell are you talking about? So don't shortchange yourself.
Who have I had on that's a celebrity?
Well, I don't know. I mean, isn't Elon Musk is a goddamn celebrity?
Okay, but he had to go on under an alias. He had to pretend like it wasn't him.
Well, I don't think it was him. I listened to a portion of that. Well, someone right that night, whatever. It was a whole different kind of conversation. I'm just saying. Okay, I'll leave it at that. I don't need any more problems in my life.
You think about Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay. I just would say this. We brought up Elon. I just think it's interesting. Elon tweets out that Trump's in the Epstein files. 2 days later, Pam Bondi says there are no Epstein files. I'll leave it at that.
Was interesting.
Just saying. Just saying.
Yeah, they seem to be a little bit of antsy about that. Like they really don't want that to come out.
I don't know.
In a world where that information does come out and say the president is implicated, what do you think happens? Do you think they impeach him? Do you think they do anything about it?
Well, I think I don't know what the hell's happened in this country.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest. Like the concept of the governor of California on a Nintendo Switch playing Fortnite is so disarming that I think that's why it opens it. The conversation just flows so perfectly in that process because he's too much of a boomer to be able to talk and play this game at the same time. And I think that's how you arrive at moments like when he's talking about fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. You think it's actually him playing or an aide? I don't know.
All this and the conspiracy and the Pizzagate stuff. I mean, it's led to a lot of serious and crazy things. People acting on it. People being violent around it, people being lied to and manipulated. It ain't right. And I hope I hope if nothing else, it wakes people up to how they're being manipulated and used by a lot of these media folks and how they stress test the information that they gather and they get it from different damn sources.
Oh my God, Connor should ask him about his kid.
Bubble. And that's exactly why I go on these right-wing shows. It's why I listen to right-wing media. It's why I know.
Connor should ask him about his kid, like the Gavin's kid.
What the hell? Just
about Elon's kid? I'm sorry, I'm a little lost here. No, Narwhal, you don't have to. You don't have to. Let me down easy. If the numbers are falling off, it means that I need to be doing. It means that I need to just basically, it means I'm not spending enough time, putting out videos and stuff, right? It means that it's just if it's not sustainable, then the end run of sleeping, the end result of sleeping on that is that I just disappear and I start doing a remote job or something like that. So I don't want us to get to that. So when I do see shit fall off, right, I'm going to take it as a reason to cut things short and to work harder on the stream and to, it is a feedback mechanism, right? If I'm not getting the support, that means I'm not doing something right and I got to attend to stuff other than stream, unfortunately. So,
Connor should ask him about his kid.
Bubble. And that's exactly why I go on these right-wing shows. It's why I listen to right-wing media.
Is Newsom on the list? Not that I know of.
Jesse Waters says
I
about
listen
me.
to right-wing media too. I think it's one of the most interesting things to
important.
listen to because you just kind of see you can, if you have a modicum of intelligence, you can just listen and be oh,
they talked about him already? Wait, what just happened?
Want me to hear so I can reference this with actual information.
Yeah, but look, I mean, millions and millions of people are persuaded by what they say, the bullshit and lies every single night. And that's why I'm trying to fight fire with fire. That's why I'm getting back, doing all these all cap tweets and
I wasn't effing. He was effing. Newsom says he may go to TwitchCon this year. Wait, what? Why is Congress reporter for courthouse?
I'll figure it out soon. Well, I may have figured it out, right? This is definitely in the unsustainable. I mean, there's doing well, there's not doing so well, and then there's unsustainable, and this is definitely in the unsustainable type territory. So I gotta do something.
House News is following Connor Eats Pants. Oh my God, what a world we live in, dude. That is amazing. Newsom and Connor spar a bit on governor's position on trans athletes. Connor says he thinks the governor bringing up the issue despite limited number of trans athletes hurts the trans community. Newsom defends himself as a champion of LGBTQ rights, but says he struggled with the issue. Connor has lost the governor completely by doing the bit that Little Big Planet got canceled because it was too good of a game. Newsom was genuinely confused by that. Lamau. Newsom says he may go to TwitchCon this year. Bro, it's like he He knows I'm not going. That's why he's coming. That's why he's showing up. Oh my
They're
God,
running on
dude.
that,
Connor is
and they're
fucking
making a
cooking,
policy
bro.
issue.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
got
running on
raptured
that.
because
I'm
I have
not
there's no more
running
use
on
for
that.
me. There's only Connor and pants. And the eating of pants. I don't need to do anything anymore. It's the fucking Mr. Miyagi meme, you know?
Respectfully,
I'm like
I've
holding his
struggled with
hand
that,
and then they're
I said
holding
as
my
much,
hands.
but as it relates to being a champion,
Teenage Mutant Ninja
for
Turtles meme.
LGBTQ rights, you are
I have
quite literally
retired.
talking.
Tell Connor to ask Newsom if he knows you. The answer to that question is abso-fucking-lutely. Of course he knows who I am. And he will never admit that. I'm pretty sure he would be like, nah, I don't know who that guy is. Yeah, I wonder if Gavin Newsom knows who I am. He's, at this point, interviewed Atrioc on his podcast, gone on the Lemonade Boys.
Anybody know Atrioc? Atrioc is who he's talking about. Now, Atrioc got in trouble a while ago for, I guess, I don't know, was there some kind of thing about deep fakes of people that Atrioc knew? I don't know. There's some kind of scandal that Atrioc got in. But more recently, and this is on the bonus content, right? Lena Khan on Xbox's price increase is on a channel called Big A. Is that Atrioc? I think that's Atrioc's shit. I don't know anything about, Atrioc other than the fucking scandal, right? But if you don't know, Xbox Game Pass, which is something that I use, not at the ultimate level, where it's going, they've decided to raise their prices, right? Xbox has decided to raise their prices. So like I had a Game Pass that was like $11 a month. It's going to $16 a month. I may very well cancel that now. And if you're on the Xbox Ultimate Game Pass, which I think is it like if you're using it with your actual Xbox console, I think the Ultimate Pass is what you get. It's going up from, what is it, 15 to 30 or something like that. And so, yeah, like, I mean, that's the Lena Khan thing. Nobody's really voting for that, but it may not matter. I mean, we're at 10 out of 100. So we may be, I mean, we're looking potentially at a really quick stream. I'll try to scale it, right? If it's, if I'm able to do it, then I'll give you like the longer version of this is actually watching, Connor and Gavin's conversation, which I think is going to contain a lot more, kind of funny moments and interesting things to talk about than this. But, I'm giving you the speed run for now, just in case I have to cut the stream kind of short. But you will still get, like the Connor talking to the highlights, I guess, of Connor talking to Gavin and Hasan's commentary on it, along with the Sex Destiny story. So that's what I'm just going to try to scale it.
Podcast and is doing Fortnite Fridays with Connor Eats Pants. What do you guys think? Gavin Newsom just called you impressive beyond words. He's glazing me. Oh God. Oh no.
I told you I was on with Sean Ryan, his Navy SEAL, impressive dude.
Well, he calls Sean Ryan impressive too. So that doesn't mean much, huh? Wait, I can rewind now.
We're back to like the dictionary. We use like books. We use a dictionary. Source.
I will have Gavin on the stream for sure.
Did you go on Hasan's stream? Do you know about Hasan?
He's impressive beyond words.
Yeah.
I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you go look at that? Listen to that. Now, so the question we're asking here is like, does Gavin think? Did he understand? Okay, let's just rewind that again. Would you go on Hasan's stream? Okay. So, oh God, this is cutting both ways. On
The stream for sure.
Did you go on Hasan's stream? Do you know about Hasan?
He's impressive beyond words.
Would you go on Hasan's stream? Do you know about Hasan?
Beyond Words Boys podcast and is doing Fortnite Fridays with Connor Eats Pants. What do you guys think? Gavin Newsom just called you impressive beyond words. He's glazing me. Oh God. Oh no.
I told you I was on with Sean Ryan, his Navy SEAL, impressive dude.
Well, he calls Sean Ryan impressive too. So that doesn't mean much, huh? Wait, I can rewind now.
We're back to like the dictionary. We use like books. We use a dictionary. Source.
I will have Gavin on the stream for sure.
Did you go on Hasan's stream? Do you know?
So that's Hasan saying that, if what he's just heard that Gavin called him impressive beyond words, and he's saying, you know, if Gavin's open to it, he will absolutely have him on the stream. But here's what I'm legitimately confused here
about Hasan.
He's impressive beyond words.
Yeah.
I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll get you in touch.
So here's my conflict, chat. He said, would you go on stream with Hasan, right? Which, would you go on stream? It does narrow it down. Hasan Minaj is not a streamer. Although I guess, is it possible that he does some streams on his YouTube? I mean, you know, he's got a YouTube channel. He could do a stream, yeah. But like saying, would you go on stream with Hasan? You know, but on the other hand, right, I thought this was, would you go on stream with Hasan Piker? And so then my question was, did he hear Hasan Piker and think Hasan Minaj? Did he hear Hasan Piker and think Medhi Hasan, right? And, no, he didn't hear Hasan Piker. He heard Hasan and would you go on stream with, right? Which cuts both ways. Because on one hand, like, Hasan is the only streamer Hasan, but Connor didn't say Hasan Piker. Connor did the thing, like, you know, when you work with somebody, when you're in proximity to somebody else, you're gonna say, you know, somebody's first name and assume that, like on Twitch chat, when you say Hasan, you mean this guy. All right. On YouTube, you might mean Medhi Hasan, or yeah, you might mean Medhi Hasan. Well, no, because right, you wouldn't mean Medhi Hasan, but you might mean Hasan Minaj, right? I guess, right? That's my confusion right there. Did he get confused by the fact that is Hasan not the first Hasan? Maybe there's another Hasan that's first in Gavin's mind. Obviously, in the world of Twitch, Hasan Piker is the first Hasan, but that's not universal. So, you know, but then again, he did say stream. I don't know, chat. I'm kind of, you know,
yeah, he's
kind of conflicted.
I'm very.
Gavin knows who Hasan is, yeah, but he didn't say Hasan Piker. I do agree with you, Ash, that Gavin knows who Hasan is. I do think that Gavin knows more about, you know, popular figures, especially political figures and influencers on the internet than your average politician. They were in the same parking lot, a few inches from each other during the... Oh, okay. No, I agree with you, Sarah and Ash, that he knows who Hasan Piker is. The thing that's like got me confused is he didn't say Hasan Piker. He did say stream though. There's only one Hasan stream. I'm not smoking anything yet, Ator. It's it is 2:00 in the afternoon. It's a little too early to be smoking in Thailand. I mean, I don't know. It depends on your lifestyle, I guess, but it's a little too early for me to be smoking. I'm the one who's completely looking at this with eyes unclouded by substance. I'm not sure if you can say the same, but I see. The thing is, okay, so Ator, like, right, you're like fully possessed with this, like, it's definitely Hasan Piker. He's talking about Hasan Piker. There's no other Hasan that streams, right? And meanwhile, I've got, like, that's half of my inner discourse, right? And the other half is he's playing Fortnite. He's kind of a boomer. Hasan Minaj is a bigger pop culture figure than Hasan Piker. I don't think he means Medhi Hasan, though. Listening to this again, I don't think I think there's zero chance that he's thinking of Medhi Hasan. I do, yeah. Look, I guess the percentage chance that he was talking about Hasan Piker, it's going up for me, right? Because we've eliminated Medhi Hasan as a possibility, I think. And also Hasan Minaj, I don't think that Gavin Newsom would necessarily disagree with them. I'm just trying to run this full, like, thought process through. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'd rather like, regardless of what Newsom meant, He's like, yes, a commenter. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. Right? Because he said yes, and because the internet, or at least the part of the internet that saw this clip, thinks that he said yes about Hasan, he is going to, if Hasan reaches out to him and he says no, or, time goes by and he doesn't, have a conversation with Hasan, I do think you're right, a commenter, that there will be pressure. Hasan calls him scum. I don't think he likes that. Calls him new scum. Yeah, in fact. From where Connor streams, is that what you're saying? Twitch, if he asked about, see that now I'm really wondering if you're smoking something. Twitch, if he asked about another guy streams, or maybe you're just dealing with a like spell correct issue. Another guy streams. It's some guy, I think is what you're meaning, named Hasan. There's only one. Maybe I need to smoke. It's okay. It's probably later at night for you. I'm not against it, for the record, chat. It's rather early. It's a little bit early for me to be smoking something. This is why you get me bright-eyed and bushy-tailed on stream, rather than I don't know, than like Irene, which, Irene's got her own charm. Hasan only calls him new scum because of Trump. Same reason that he calls Biden Brandon. It's memeing. I mean, he does. Ash, you would admit that he's got some disdain for Governor Gavin, right? He's not a fan. Like, Gavin's got to know that if he goes on Hasan's stream, he's not going to have like an easy time. Hasan's going to be cordial, given that he's talking to the governor of the fucking state he lives in, right? But he's not going to let him off the hook, right? In fact, I don't think Connor is letting him off the hook on. The only difference is he's playing Fortnite, right? So Connor's not going to just sit there and drill him about Netanyahu. He loathes him, says Narwhal by nature. Yeah. That's another thing making me think that maybe he, and again, remember, this guy is a boomer. Now, I said playing Fortnite. We don't know if he's playing Fortnite. Some people have hypothesized that maybe he is actually he's got somebody else that's playing that he's brought a ringer in. Maybe a younger relative of his is playing Fortnite on Gavin's account while Gavin has a conversation with Connor Eats Pants. I don't know. If we had time to watch the whole thing, which, again, Chad, I'd love to give that to you, but given where the bonus goal is right now, I cannot response. I gotta think of the stream and everything. I gotta think about sustainability first. I'm sorry. I hate to have to think with my business head when we're having fun on our Saturday night doing a stream about video games, but like I said, I think there's a lot more potentially to be gleaned from it, but I gotta scale the amount that I'm streaming with the amount that I'm getting paid, just to be completely, 100p with everybody. So yeah, I'm curious though. I'm curious.
Very impressed by.
Can we call that pulling an Elon? I think you would have to call it pulling an Elon at this point. I think that's you just coined a phrase, a commenter.
A lot of what he has done and said, what he says on not everything I agree, but a lot of things that seem impressive, being very, very good.
About the Nelk boys.
Well, I love the Nelk guys.
They seem like fun dudes, man.
They seem like fun dudes, and those guys.
Fucking Connor, you piece of shit.
Sean Ryan, his Navy SEAL, impressive dude.
He met Medhi Hasan, I think.
Visit with him.
He thinks Connor means Hasan Minaj. I think so too. I think he means like Medhi Hasan or Hasan Minaj. Do not fall for Gruesome Gavin Newsom's demonic temptations. This guy's a lib. He's a lib. What do you mean? Of course. Listen, I call balls and strikes. Okay. Gavin has to know who you are. Remember, he sent you a letter on your birthday one year. No, that wasn't like an actual one.
Okay,
that was
so
something that one of you guys.
So, chat. Unfortunately, I got to stick to the speedrun track for tonight. Although I do think there's more to glean from this. For now, yeah, the numbers are like legitimately worrying. We're in the red here, so I'm gonna have to give you a. Oh wait, here, let me give you a little something. Oh my God!
Investigation has announced that it is conducting a review.
Okay, let's turn that down. Wow, was that like way too loud? Was that like extremely loud? Connor was carrying the theme. I think it is, Gavin. The other way that we'd know if we had time, if we weren't on the speed run track, because again, chat, look at that, 10. Yeah, I'm not even at minimum wage here, so I gotta kind of hurry things up. But the other thing that we'd look for is maybe if you heard Gavin like talking to Connor, and maybe he's getting shot, and Connor asks him something, and he's like, "Oh, no," you know what I mean? Like you can kind of there's points that you can tell, but again, we just gotta we unfortunately only have I can only really justify covering the little segment that Hasan is covering. So this is something interesting, though, I think, to a lot of you. It's only a snippet, so I have time for this. But
tonight, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation has announced that it is conducting a review into the death of a journalist and an author, Hunter S. Thompson. Investigators say this case review comes
not just a journalist, a doctor of journalism.
After a suggestion from Pitkin County deputies and a request from Thompson's widow, Anita Thompson. They say the review is to provide a look at the investigation that occurred back in 2005. The CBI says 67-year-old Thompson died in 2002 at his home in Woody Creek, northwest of Aspen.
Do we all know why people think that his death might not have been self-inflicted? That's the official report is that Hunter S. Thompson ended his life in 2002. There are stories about him having some real health struggles, so some kind of a hip surgery that I don't know if it completely. Obviously, in 2002, hip replacements, knee replacements weren't as advanced as they are now. I kind of understand that he was in a lot of pain during the later years of his life, and even more has been revealed since he's died. That there were, God, I don't know if I want to say this, chat, but like he was unable to perform his activities of daily living by himself. Do we all understand ADL activities of daily living? This is so anyway, the official story is that and then at the same time Bush was in power, right? This is a guy that started out his career writing, corresponding with William S. Burroughs in, I think, the late 50s, early 60s. He did a book on the Hells Angels in, I think, 1967 or so. And then he did his famous works for while on assignment for Rolling Stone. He wrote Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and then Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail. Right. So, this is a guy that like lived through Nixon, lived through Reagan, lived through Clinton. And then after all that, you get another warmonger president in the White House starting a new war. And obviously, Hunter S. Thompson was no fan of George W. Bush. Now, the real question, chat, is it possible? The thing that people are asking about. He said he didn't want to grow up. Yeah, there's a lot of evidence pointing to his death being self-inflicted, as it was reported, right? But the thing that's cutting against that is that he definitely was an outspoken critic of the Bush administration in the very early war on terror, right? Remember September 11th, 2001. He died in 2002. So, Bush had been in office for, let's see, one or 2 years. Anyway, it's easy to imagine that Hunter S. Thompson, because of his health, and or because of the state of the country, did not want to live any longer, right? That's entirely possible. But I think the reason that people, he is a dissident of, particularly like right-wing regimes, right? Whether it be Nixon, whether it be Reagan, or whether it be George W. Bush, right? Oh my God, he made a snuff film at Bohemian Grove. Wait, who did? Hunter S. Thompson did? Life of alcoholism, polysubstance abuse must have taken it. Yeah, and people talk about that, his use of substances maybe reducing his output, right? During the years that he was alive, right? In fact, there were long periods where he wasn't very productive in terms of his writing, right? And a lot of people chalk that up to his substance abuse problems, right? He was also, kind of a star because of the substance abuse, right? If you read Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, essentially the protagonist, more than Raoul Duke, which is his self-insert character, or Dr. Gonzo, his the kind of fictionalized version of his real-life lawyer. The main character of that book is the drugs. All right, straight up. The main character of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is the drugs, or America, if you want to if you want to go there. The main character could be America as well. But anyway, so the reason that people think this is suspicious is that Bush was president. There was a war on terror. There was a lot more permissiveness. There wasn't a lot of permissiveness for people having a dissenting view, right? Like there just wasn't space. The one person on an MSNBC that was openly anti-war, anti the Iraq war prior to the war, that was advocating for stopping the war before it starts was Phil Donahue. Phil Donahue was fired for his opinions this is MSNBC, right? Their one anti-war, employee gets fired. So there just wasn't a lot of, allowance for people for criticism, and there wasn't a lot of criticism, right? So people hypothesize that could, Bush, given his father's involvement in intelligence, given, the kind of people that he had working, some people say running the administration. A lot of people say that the Bush was not the brains behind his own administration, that it was really Dick Cheney kind of running the presidency from the shadows. Dick Cheney, obviously a very evil guy. So some people hypothesize that maybe it was Bush that got him taken out, right? There's not a lot of evidence, but I do find it interesting that the Woody Creek, the Pitkin County Sheriff's Department. Do you know that he ran for sheriff in Woody Creek on the Freak Power ticket? I believe that his party was called Freak Power, right? He was like a character. Like people knew him, and I think people kind of avoided him because he was really a handful to deal with. As much as people enjoy him as a character and enjoy his writing, he caused a lot of problems for people who had him in their lives, right? He's a little bit of a broken stair, right? The people in Woody Creek knew not to mess with him, and maybe people that didn't, that were new to the town might have a very unpleasant interaction with him, might have a gun pointed in their face, might have drugs planted on them. Who knows, Chad? You never really know what you're getting with Dr. Thompson. This is so anyway, this is what they're reopening the investigation. So George, I agree with you that, people thinking that Bush had Hunter S. Thompson taken out is a little bit silly. He was way past his prime. He wasn't going to write a New York Times bestseller that was going to take down and expose the Bush administration. He wasn't even going to pretend to interview George W. Bush or Dick Cheney or Scooter Libby in the bathroom, right? There wasn't going to be, it's not like the Bush administration really had anything to fear from Dr. Thompson. You could say that probably Nixon had more potential to want to, come after Hunter S. Thompson. But yeah, I do find it interesting that they are reopening this case. I don't know, Chad. I don't have an easy explanation for it, because I did think that if there was anything to the possibility that Hunter S. Thompson died in a way not by his own hand, that that would have come out already. Anyway, let's watch the rest of this, and then we'll get to sex pestiny.
The investigation found that his death was a suicide. Deputies say they are committed to answering remaining questions related to that case.
Hey there, interwebs.
Oh my God, I would love to cover some Jesse Gender with you. Unfortunately, like I said, chat, we can't take the scenic route at all. So that is what's next in my playlist. She's got a video about the manufactured outrage behind Elon Musk's Netflix boycott, right? Elon's trying to boycott Netflix because of a 2-year-old canceled cartoon that has a non-binary character. But yeah, we gotta make tracks, because
Salisbury wrote that Vice President JD Vance wanted to pursue criminal charges against 2 Florida influencers who were preaching violence on social media. The messages did not specify.
And like I said, apologies. This is going to be a kind of shorter stream. There's more I could show you about the Hasan interaction with, the Connor Eats Pants, and that I intended to show you. Unfortunately, I got to worry more about keeping the channel running at this point. So.
By the identities of the pair, and said prosecutors had declined one of the cases. Hasan, right now? No, I don't think it's...
Wait, let's...
Salisbury wrote that Vice President JD Vance wanted to pursue criminal charges against 2 Florida influencers who were preaching violence on social media. The messages did not specify the identities of the pair, and said prosecutors had declined one of the cases. Hasan, right now? No, I don't think it's appropriate for JD Vance to prosecute Destiny for speech, okay? What are you guys, stupid? If they want to prosecute him for like CSAM, that's fine. That's totally appropriate, okay? Having CSAM on his computer, I'm there with you every day, okay? Trying to prosecute him because you don't like what he's saying is insane. I'm not stupid enough, like Destiny and Dan Saltman were, to advocate for such a thing. It is ironic, however, that they wanted this to happen to me for years, and it's like seemingly happening to him. Or it's probably not going to happen, but like seemingly it almost happened to him. What is this? There's a new signal leak. This may be part of that. Might have doctored evidence he gave to the court. Destiny's panicking after seemingly losing all of his income and being outed publicly for sexting a minor in the middle of a legal battle he appears to be losing. What are you talking about? This is like, wait, oh, is this new? Destiny's now having a meltdown in DG chat because spoiled white girl, Pixie Love, committed the crime of hiring an expert's forensic guy to verify.
Oh my God. Do I need to go to Twitter and just like, he got kind of sidetracked, right? What the fuck is this? I feel, wait, fuck, I don't know whether to read this from the top or the bottom. I guess from the bottom. The huge drama I couldn't talk about from 6 years ago was when I started spending more time with another girl. She wasn't comfortable with me letting Hasan give me that sloppy turkey toppy. Is he implying he had sex with Turkey Tom? Look, I feel bad for doing this because it's kind of anti-LGBT and I don't like to leak stuff. So yeah, the Gato Fumador is saying suffering an apparent mental breakdown due to his criminal pedophilia confirmed in court documents, which we'll get to in a second. Centrist liberal streamer Destiny has begun posting gay fanfic about Hasan Piker. Oh, this is from, yeah, this is the 17-year-old he was talking with. So that's a thing. Destiny, let's try JD Vance, or JD Vance is really what I should be searching. JD Vance. I'm looking for, God damn it, I hate having to click on a yeet thread, but no. God, it scares me whenever I see a moving image under a Destiny thread, just because it's like, is that porn? No, it was a cat in this case, but I'm looking for this Salisbury article, I guess. Salisbury. Okay, so the stupid ass X summary of this is JD Vance administration eyes charges against Florida streamers for alleged violence and incitement. Vice President JD Vance's administration is considering federal charges against two Florida-based content creators, including streamer Stephen Bonell II, known as Destiny, for content accused of inciting violence against conservatives. The initiative follows a September 25 shooting of Charlie Kirk and ties into broader investigation of left-wing radicals under expanded incitement laws. Bonell criticized Vance on X, prompting polarized responses, including defenses of free speech and resurfacing of his past controversial clips. This story is a summary of posts on X that may evolve over time. Okay, so here's the thing. Grok can make mistakes. This is written by Grok. So I don't want anybody, this is not a source, right? And it's saying some shit that I don't think is confirmed. So I told you that there is a indication that JD Vance in what I believe the Salisbury article I think is about some leaks. Somebody got a hold of texts between JD Vance and who knows who, and those texts mention two Florida streamers. Now, my understanding is they don't say it's Destiny. They don't say Stephen Bonell. People just think that, right? So this is what this is how much, if you want to see how unreliable AI is, it's basically wish casting an element to the story that a lot of people kind of like want to be true, or that fits, right? It fits that it would be Destiny. that JD Vance is talking about when, considering federal charges against 2 Florida-based content creators. The only other person I could even think of would be Fresh and Fit. As far as Florida-based content creators, who else? PBD. I don't think it's PBD, right? I mean, like, anybody else want to come up with ideas? Who else could it be? Who else? Florida-based content creators that JD Vance is considering federal criminal charges against, right? It does, Destiny definitely fits that bill. But my understanding is that the evidence that we have does not confirm that. JD Vance leaks. Let's try this again. God damn it. JD Vance leaks. High school leaks? Are you serious? Is this real? Is that actually JD Vance? That's not. They got to be making fun of him, right? Is this like somebody making post originally intended as a joke for those that need clarity? This is Zeb Ross and the J Creek Cloggers. Okay. So the joke is that he's a hillbilly. It's really funny considering that, yeah, as I pointed out before the election even concluded last year, JD Vance is not a hillbilly. That is stolen valor. JD Vance is a tech bro. JD Vance is a Harvard grad. JD Vance's relationship with Appalachia is, pretty scant, to be honest, right? His actual place, he grew up in the suburbs of Cincinnati, but because he does have a family in Appalachia, and he wrote his book, Hillbilly Elegy, that probably got him elected to the Senate about it. People associate him with that kind of culture, right? It's again, stolen holler. And if you don't know what a holler is, it's like so it's like a road that goes between 2 elevated places where a lot of people live, right? It's where somebody who's it's the kind of place that somebody who's actually from Appalachia would live in. So, God damn it! I'm looking for the leaks. Where are the leaks? The fuck is that? RFK Jr. leaks. JD Vance is Trump's VP. Oh, that's old. Fuck. Oh no, I'm getting all kinds of old stuff. Come on. JD Vance Salisbury. Let's try that. God damn it. It's so hard to find shit on Salisbury. Unless Elon is purposely trying to bury this. I don't think he would, though. Oh my God, this is pissing me off. Because again, like I said, chat, we are unfortunately, as it were at 10 out of 100. We're on a speed run here. I don't have much time. I unfortunately don't have as much time to give you today as I normally would. Apparently, I need to get to making videos to save the fucking channel. Apparently, I've fallen the fuck off and shit's gotten serious. So I shouldn't even be streaming to you right now. What's annoying is that X does know about this story, but this is what it gives us.
You genuinely do hate conservatives, don't you?
Very much so. I've moved full on to like the political violence level, or the real violence level, when it comes to conservative people. Yeah, I think they need to be like excised.
God damn. I don't know if I could, but yeah, this is the kind of stuff that that makes people think that JD Vance is talking about Destiny here. Fuck me, Destiny. Let's just try that. Destiny. Okay, so yeah, this came out in the legal proceedings from Jane Doe. After ascertaining Rose's legal identity, the plaintiff, Jane Doe, obtained evidence that Rose's date of birth is October 30th, 2004. So it sounds like what they've done is they've deposed Rose, confirmed Rose's birth date, and confirmed that Rose was indeed a minor when exchanging NSFW content with Destiny. What? I don't even understand this meme. Chad. Oh, Adam Mockler is a Chad. That's what they're saying. Only 2 men standing between America and a full-on fascism. Destiny retweets this. So yeah, all we have is Salisbury wrote that Vice President JD Vance wanted to pursue criminal cases against 2 Florida influencers who were preaching violence on social media. The messages did not specify the identities. Did I just did I put in JD Vance wrong? Why is this so hard to find? Trump officials disgusting sending. Let me take a look at this, whatever the fuck this cursed art. I hate that I'm clicking a link from Destiny, right? I you know, dude is just sus, right? This is an archive today link, so I think we'll be okay. All right, here is the article. I think I don't know, why did this get taken down? Either it got taken down or it's paywalled, I'm guessing, and why it's on archive. It's from the Minnesota Star Tribune here. Let's take a look. Again, chat, there may be an asterisk on this. You know, if Minnesota Star Tribune took this down. Okay, so Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth considering sending an elite U.S. strike team to Portland, Oregon to quell protests that Donald Trump has characterized as lawless mayhem, according to images of messages provided to the Minnesota Star. So this newspaper was sent images of messages. I think DMs. I'm guessing Signal. I'm guessing this is Signal, right? They're still doing this shit on Signal. The messages casually exchanged last weekend in a crowded public space show high-level officials in the Trump administration. I just want to see them. I want to see the messages. I feel like I've seen them somewhere. Anyway, we'll see if Hasan has got more of this, right? Let me read this article to you first, though. Show high-level officials in the Trump administration discussing, and this is Salisbury, right? Let me make sure. That's what I think it is. No, Andy Mannix. This is Andy Mannix. Fuck me. Where's the Salisbury article? Oh, there's Anthony Salisbury. Okay. So that's when they say Salisbury, they mean this guy. I got it. Okay. The messages casually exchanged last weekend in a crowded public space show high-level officials in the Trump administration discussing the deployment of the Army's 82nd Airborne, which I understand to be the kind of when they gotta send in armed forces, like these are the, what do you call this? infantry division that was parachuted into combat zones in both world wars, like the advanced strike force, right? This is like a lot of times this is so they're using it would normally be like the National Guard is what you'd think if you're even thinking of sending in troops, but this is like a signal that like this is them trying to LARP that this is a war. And we got to send the 82nd in first because it's too dangerous for the National Guard. Portland is too dangerous, right? Portland is a war zone. That's what Trump said. An infantry division that had been parachuted into combat zones in both world wars, Vietnam and Afghanistan. If the administration were to send in the Army division, it would almost certainly be challenged under in court under federal law, limiting how the military can be used domestically. The Trump administration ordered National Guard troops, not the 82nd, to Portland this week. A judge has put a temporary stop on that since this article was published. The messages suggest that the once extraordinary step of sending the military troops into an American city has been normalized within the administration. The subject of a chat in a public space. Now, when they say chat in a public space, I think we're talking about images of a chat. What do we have again? Messages casually exchanged last weekend in a crowded public space. I think we're talking about text messages or signal messages, right? I don't know whether messages, like it's a little confusing the way they say it, but Anthony Salisbury, a member of the deputy to the White House, Anthony Salisbury, a deputy to White House top policy advisor, Stephen Miller. This is the person that is really the president right now. Hanks isn't even able to do much of anything, right? He doesn't have the brains. And at this point, he's probably dealing with some congestive heart failure issues. So Steve Miller, Russell Vogt, people like this are the actual movers and shakers within the administration. So this is a big deal that this is a deputy to Stephen Miller. Sent the text over private messaging app Signal while traveling in Minnesota and in clear view of others. Troubled by seeing sensitive military planning discussed so openly, a source contacted the Star Tribune and allowed a reporter to review images of the text. Over the course of several conversations, totaling dozens of messages, Salisbury chatted candidly and at times profanely about a wide range of matters with Hegseth's advisor, Patrick Weaver, and other high-ranking federal officials. According to Weaver, Hegseth wanted Trump to expressly tell him to send troops into the American city, that being Portland. According to Weaver. Okay, so this is the guy he's talking to. So my understanding so far is that this guy Salisbury, who works for Anthony Salisbury, right? That's this guy, works for Stephen Miller. He's texting this other guy, Patrick Weaver, and I guess maybe conveying Salisbury is conveying Hegseth's desire to Weaver to expressly tell him to send troops. So normally, somebody maybe in Weaver's capacity would be making recommendations about things like this. But instead, what you got here is the administration trying to prompt an advisor, to give that advice in order to legitimize what they're doing, which is, probably illegal, definitely fascist, and they just want to, they're trying to get there's just weird shit going on within the Trump administration. Between you and I think that Pete just wants the top cover. There we go. That's exactly what I was thinking. Between you and me, between you, oh God, who's writing this? Weaver. Okay, so Weaver says between you and me, between you, Salisbury, and me, Weaver, I think Pete Hegseth just wants the cover from the boss if anything goes sideways with troops there, Weaver wrote. He acknowledged the potential political ramifications of deploying Army troops in a U.S. city. Hegseth preferred to send the National Guard, he wrote. 82nd is like the top tier quick reaction force for abroad. So it will cause a lot of headlines, he said, probably why he wants POTUS to tell him to do it. Hegseth deployed 200 National Guards into Portland on September 28th. The state of Oregon, city of Portland have sued to stop the deployment. That suit has at least resulted in a temporary restraining order or, a temporary stop on the plans. Wait. Yeah. They've got like DHS people there, right? Because Trump can just order DHS. I should probably explain to you that with the armed forces, whether it be the National Guard or whether it be the 82nd Airborne, there's something called posse comitatus. It's and the idea, it basically boils down to not being able to use U.S. troops against U.S. citizens, right? The DHS was established in the 2000s under the Patriot Act. It's a newer organization. It's not as professional as the military, and it doesn't have some of the restrictions like posse comitatus applying to it, right? So that's why they're going in with DHS people first. State of Oregon and the city of Portland have sued to stop the deployment. Trump has publicly called Portland war-ravaged, and he said the troops were needed to protect the city and ICE facilities from groups he recently designated domestic terrorists. The source shared the images on the condition of an anonymity for retribution of fear. So, or fear of retribution. So maybe if we don't get the images, that would be why they might identify the source. The Star Tribune agreed not to disclose the exact time, location, and other details of the chat. Okay. The individual confirmed Salisbury was the one sending the message after reviewing photographs and video of him. The Star Tribune used facial recognition technology to confirm Salisbury's identity and took additional steps to verify the authenticity of the messages. Abigail Jackson, a White House spokeswoman, did not respond to questions about the messages. She said, wait, did not respond? Then why did she say something? Did not respond to questions about the messages. She said Salisbury was in Minnesota to serve as a pallbearer at his uncle's funeral. Despite dealing with grief and from a loss of a family member, Tony continued his important work on behalf of the American people. Jackson said in a written statement, "Nothing in these private conversations that are shamefully being reported on by morally bankrupt reporters is new or classified information." The Defense Department officials also did not answer questions for this report, but said the messages show that officials were working around the clock. Spokesman criticized the Star Tribune for denying requests to view the images or transcripts. They want to identify the leaker. The Trump administration has fucking declared war on leakers, basically. They don't want any transparency. And you do have people, chat, in the government that are disturbed by the actions of this regime. I'm not calling it an administration anymore. It's a regime. The Department of War is, that's the Department of Defense. There is no Department of War because you can't actually change the name. Pete Hegseth is Secretary of Defense. They just want to give it a new name, I guess. So, but we will continue to dead name it as the actual name of the department is the Department of Defense still. Is planning organization and does not is a planning organization, does not speculate on potential future operations, said Sean Parnell, a Pentagon spokesman, in a statement. The department is continuously working with other agency partners to protect federal assets and personnel and to keep American communities safe. Earlier this year, Democrats in Washington, D.C., I'm sure, lambasted Hegseth for being reckless with military intelligence after he coordinated an operation in Yemen on a Signal group chat that was inadvertently included a journalist from the Atlantic magazine. Politico later reported that former National Security Advisor Mike Waltz routinely used the chat app to coordinate government policy in foreign countries, again, raising questions about whether the administration officials are following protocol meant to safeguard information. The messages also offer a rare glimpse. So, chat, that might be just them being sloppy, right? That might be just them being dumb and unprofessional and just not following security advice. And that also could be, I suppose, a way to loop people that are not authorized to see, these national security conversations into the mix. In other words, this might be the Trump regime betraying the American people with who knows who all, that they, in the same way that the Doge information, the Doge intrusion into the government has allowed for, attempted foreign hackers or foreign entities, we don't really know who, to access some of that, some of that, top secret information. This could, them being sloppy with their security protocol might be a way for them to share information with people they're not supposed to be sharing information with. Anyway, the messages also offer a rare glimpse into high-ranking government officials chatting about a range of other topics. Salisbury's messages with a close-knit circle of security officials discuss the border patrol operations in Chicago, the need to reinstate an ICE agent, do you remember this, who had been fired for throwing a woman to the ground in New York. Was that Kat Abu? I can never pronounce her last name, but is that Kat that we're talking about? I know Kat got manhandled by some ICE agents, but this could be somebody else too. But yeah, an ICE agent was fired for this. They're talking about wanting to reinstate this person to the ground in New York City and internal politics. Several exchanges, including information that has since played out publicly, including a planned. So in other words, they're saying that some of this stuff is confirmed by recent events, right? Including planned mass arrest of suspected Tren de Aragua gang members in Chicago. Salisbury wrote that Vice President JD Vance wanted to pursue criminal. There we go. Here's the meat of the situation, right? Salisbury wrote, oh my God, chat, let me scroll up. I didn't realize I'm like slightly ahead of you here. Salisbury wrote that Vice President JD Vance wanted to pursue criminal cases against 2 Florida influencers who were, quote unquote, preaching violence on social media. The messages did not specify the identities of the pair and said prosecutors had declined one of the cases. So, there's 2 people. We don't know if one of them is our Destiny. People strongly suspect this because Destiny is definitely somebody who the shoe fits for. But there's also one of them is already off the hook because prosecutors declined one of the cases. So maybe Destiny was brought up and maybe he's already off the hook, right? Or maybe that's the other person, or maybe neither of these people are Destiny. We don't know, right? And Grok is, hallucinating that we do know, but I will tell you that Grok is not stating anything that can be reliably sourced at this point. And this is a great reason not to trust AI, okay? At the very least, not to trust Grok. In a separate exchange, Salisbury celebrated FBI Director Kash Patel's decision to fire several agents who were photographed kneeling during the 2020 protest. He suggested Trump would approve of this action, then insulted Patel. Ooh, this is juicy. This is how Kash survives, Salisbury wrote. He will do this stuff for the man, but day-to-day giant douche can do. Okay, so what they're saying is that this firing of agents, right? So they found a picture from 2020, George Floyd protests. Several of the FBI agents there, I don't know which situation the FBI was involved in, but they were there at one point. Several of the agents kneeled to kind of say, and you saw this with cops too occasionally, right? This was the way of government officials showing that they understand the reason for the protests and agree that George Floyd's murder was unjust. It's pretty much performative, right? Though they're just, performatively kneeling, right? And so they dug up this photo, identified the agents, and Kash Patel, in order to try to prevent his firing, which, he's in hot water right now. He's on thin ice, right? So in order to save his ass, he basically, this is one of the things you can do if you want to stay in good graces with Trump, right? He loves this shit. And so this is where some of the fucked up things that the administration is doing, you always wonder where it's coming from. Is it Trump coming up with the idea? Is it Stephen Miller coming up with the idea? In this case, it was Kash Patel coming up with the idea as a means of saving his job. Yeah, and a douche canoe. They're calling him a douche canoe. I haven't heard that phrase in a while. Anyway, war from within. At one point in the conversation, Salisbury typed out the question, 82nd is part of this trained element you guys have been building for this very thing, right? It was unclear. They have been trying to put together like a quick response team or something. I don't know if that includes 82nd Airborne. It was unclear from the images if he hit send on the message. Oh, okay, so this one might not have even gotten sent. The Washington Post reported this summer that the Trump administration was considering a plan to establish a domestic civil disturbance quick reaction force to deploy National Guard members to U.S. cities. It was an effort. It was unclear if Salisbury was making reference to this effort. Days after the signal exchange took place, Trump told a crowd of military leaders at Quantico, Virginia, that he had instructed Hegseth to use American cities as a training ground for armed forces. We're going to straighten them out one by one, and this is going to be a major part for some people in this room, Trump said in the appearance alongside Hegseth. Leaders of the U.S. military branches, including Army, were in attendance. It's the war from within, Trump said. In the message reviewed by the Star Tribune, Weaver wrote that the White House counsel David Warrington was working on the Portland plans and intended to set up a call with President and Hegseth. The messages appear to acknowledge legal hurdles to sending troops into American streets. The Posse Comitatus Act, this is what I was talking about earlier, passed in the Reconstruction period after the Civil War, forbids federal troops from enforcing state or local law. The National Guard is usually exempt because those troops report to their state's okay, so it's germane to not to the National Guard. Those troops report to their state's governor and are subject to state laws, though in Portland, Trump administration is seeking to federalize the Guard. Trump administration deployed 700 Marine Corps to Los Angeles in June to protect federal property. The federal judge later ruled the action was in violation of the Posse Comitatus Act. The Justice Department has appealed the decision. Presidents have deployed the 82nd domestically in rare circumstances. President LBJ sent the 82nd and the 6th Cavalry into several American cities in 1968 when mass riots erupted after the assassination of civil rights leader Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. in 1992. George H.W. Bush deployed the Army during unrest following the Los Angeles police beating of Rodney King. Created in 1917 and based in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the 82nd boasts of its ability to deploy within 18 hours of notification. The division is nicknamed All-American, and its troops have fought in the most dangerous wartime missions in modern history, including D-Day in 1944. Trump wanted to deploy the 82nd into American cities during the social justice protests in 2020 after the police killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis. According to multiple accounts, Trump fired Secretary of Defense Mark Esper after Esper publicly announced his opposition to the plan. I thought there was a fair chance that Trump was going to order the 82nd Airborne Division into the streets and maybe even direct them to shoot protesters, Esper wrote later in his autobiography. In fact, I think there is a quote of him saying, can't you just shoot them? And the military is like, we cannot fire on American citizens. And he's like, shoot them in the leg, shoot them in the knee, right? Like, get their attention. I don't know, right? That's, supposedly what Trump said that probably made Esper think that that he might have the troops shoot American citizens, protesters. The text messages suggest Hegseth would not put up with similar resistance. Weaver repeatedly states that the secretary would follow Trump's order and boasts about using his sway to influence the decision. I'll get us to yes. I always find a way, he wrote. Yeah. Great to know what kind of people you've got.
All right, what up?
Oh,
Welcome.
sorry. This is the part that we're not going to get to, unfortunately. Huh. This is bad, chat. This is really fucking bad. Maybe both are Destiny. That's possible. Kat had kind of a bad interview on CNN that made her look less credible. She spoke on the situation that she was no longer present to witness and just said the agents were lying. It was a setup by CNN. That's wild. That is wild. This is fascism, right? This has been fascism. In fact, there's elements of fascism that predate, you know, Donald, this is the whole thing, is that, like, you know, fascism is a spectrum, and the United States has been on that spectrum for a while, right? Obviously, there are orders of difference between, you know, fascism that we're seeing under Trump, the Trump regime, and the, you know, the kind of soft fascism that the American government's been doing forever. But I do want to point out that things like Biden, the Biden administration, you know, cracking down on student protests, cracking down on free speech, set the stage for what Trump is doing to the colleges and universities now, right? But yeah, no, this is like, you know, this is a whole nother level of fascism that we're entering into. So, I mean, if you're, you know, living in the United States, or even if you found a way to temporarily escape the borders thereof, this is a dangerous time for you. This is a dangerous time for all of us. This is a dangerous time for the world. Okay. And yes, free GNN. Any update on that, Galactic? Send me that video when you get it made. I will see what I can do as far as helping it out on Twitter. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of sway on that platform, but I'll do what I can. I'll talk to some people and see if we can get more attention towards. It's so frustrating when YouTube tells you they're going to do like a manual review on something, and then they do it, and it's obvious that no human being really looked at and considered the matter. And that's an all too common experience for YouTubers. So hopefully we can get GNN's channel back on YouTube. Anyway, let's see what Hasan has got, where he's going to go with this. Yeah, look, that was supposed to be fun drama about Destiny, and it shook me to my core. It shook me to my core to hear like what the national security establishment, in this case the Department of Defense, that wants to call itself the Department of War, even though they haven't gone through the steps to actually change the name. This is, you know, she was in an emotional state. Well, I was trying to, what I was calling back to about Kat was, I thought maybe they were referring to Kat, because, you know, they're talking about somebody being thrown to the ground. And I think Kat was thrown to the ground by ICE. Unfortunately, a lot of people have been thrown to the ground by ICE. So, you know, you can't really, they didn't say who they were talking about specifically. And, but yeah, they fucked her over on CNN. The very, very end, they flashed the clip of her being assaulted. So they're basically trying to diminish the power that she gained by being, you know, a victim of the Trump administration, physically victimized by, in this case, the ICE Gestapo. Anyway, let's see what Hasan's got here.
Happy Friday, y'all.
That is not the right one. That I feel so bad, chat, about teasing you with content that I'm not able to give you. But again, You know, if I'm seeing numbers like we've got tonight, that means that I very much need to, in fact, probably as soon as I get done with stream, I'm going to, you know, try to do what I can to save the channel and make things, you know, sustainable again. But yeah, it's just like it's a signal to me that there's more, and there is more that I need to be doing. So just to really quickly before we get into this, I may be cutting back my streaming hours. We'll probably have to at this point. And I may be doing more streams that are members only. Again, I hate to do that because, you know, it sucks to, you know, I care about all of you, especially those who can't afford to support the stream in any way. But, you know, I got to make that membership more valuable and, you know, start to take this occupation really seriously, because my ability to stay out of the United States at this point is kind of contingent on being able to support myself. So, you know, if something's going wrong, it's on me, not on you, and I need to fix it. And I'm going to need some time to do that. So again, we're at 10 out of 100. It's not looking good for bonus content tonight, and we're kind of running out of time here. Yeah, I will probably end the stream in 30 minutes or so. But, you know, if you're interested in seeing the second half of the Hasan Ross Duthat debate, I don't know, chat. Let's watch this Hasan stuff first.
That Bonell had been tampering with and falsifying evidence submitted to the court. Wait, what the fuck is this? Dude, I'm going to lose it. It cannot be this Mimi for court. Plaintiff is proceeding. Good
question, Ash Bradford. If people are confused about that, I better straighten that out. Is this an issue with you needing to use your time to do other employment, or does streaming cost you? Do you have to pay per megabyte for the data? Well, streaming does cost me, but I'm in Thailand, so it's a little bit more affordable, which is great. So no, I'm not paying by the megabyte or anything like that. It's more of an issue. It's really more of an issue of the it's really more of like a issue of but before I went to something like other employment, right? I would definitely just do more work on the channel, right? I had been in a weird like homeostasis, I guess, with just streaming and not putting out videos. Streaming, you know, is how I earn my money, through the support of viewers like you. When it does come through, you know, super chat, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Throne, supporting me on Patreon, or supporting me on Twitch, right? That's how I earn my money. And but the way that you grow a stream is by doing other things, right? Like editing and putting out videos and the like. And it's just like a signal to me that I'm not doing the balance right, which shouldn't be much of a surprise. It's amazing that I was even able to coast on just streams, but like I there's always more content than I have time to cover on stream. And so I'm always feeling like I'm shortchanging one topic or the other, right? And especially when I'm covering like a story, I got a strong sense of like gestalt, of needing that completion of, you know, like if I've been covering the Ethan Klein thing, then...
Super chatted $19.99. Here's a little something butterfly, 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 butterfly.
Oh, thank you, butterfly, 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 butterfly. That's really sweet, Omega-Star. But you need your own clips complex. Yeah, you know, Nashoki, that would be great. And I have had some people, you know, do a little bit in that regard. I haven't like heard back. I really intended to kind of like provide more guidance too, because I do have a lot of knowledge of, but that it's like a bottleneck, right? Like ideally, Nashoki, I would be paying somebody to edit the videos. But I'm not making enough to pay an editor right now, to be completely honest. And And so since I'm not to that yet, then yeah, something like Eclipse Industrial Complex could help out. I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, I guess it does, right? As long as they put the link of the channel. Yeah, if anybody else out there wants to do that, wants to cut clips of my videos, just look at how Hasan's Industrial Complex does things, and you can get a great sense. There's a lot of great Hasanabi Industrial Complex channels out there. You can learn a lot from them in how they edit and in how they cut, like where they start and where they stop. And just like Hasan, I'm fine with people, making their own channels, putting my clips up, and keeping, this is the important part, keeping the revenue, right? Since I can't afford to, to pay you out of my income, right? It would make sense that, the least incentive I could provide to you if you want to do a clips channel is that you get to keep any sort of ad revenue on that channel. But let me see here. I'm happy to keep posting Weasel clips. Yeah, feel free to do it, And if you can if people can make money off of that, that's great, right? And it actually will help me. The only thing I ask you is that you just prominently feature like my YouTube address, right? As long as there's, plenty of stuff like pointing back to me, you're actually helping me out too. If you do that, I don't want anybody to feel leaned on. I know that time and money are, resources that hardly anybody's got enough of these days. So I don't want to pressure anybody or anything, but yeah, if anybody wants to try that out, and you might find that you like editing. Editing, is a pain in the ass, but it's also really satisfying. And maybe this is just my sign to get back to editing. It's just, it's weird that I found myself in a place where like I'm streaming to like make my money, that there's enough interest that I can get paid to do this full time, but I'm also streaming so much that I don't have time to do the things that were just basic. I put your link tree. Oh God, I gotta update that link tree. I gotta update the fuck out of that link. I gotta update a lot. So maybe it's good to end early tonight. Anyway, I wanna, let's see. Where is nothing's working right now. Let me see if I can reload this. I think two things just happened on So Omega Star with 1999, thank you for the super chat. And I think we also had a you also re-upped your membership. Thank you for that too. So yeah, let me add that to the yeah, and again, like I don't want anybody to ever like feel pressure. Supporting the stream is great, but you should only do it if you can take care of yourself, if you can take care of those you love, if it's not going to hurt you to support me, then you're the right person, because not everybody out there can do that. There's a lot of you out there that I do not want you supporting the stream, because you probably need to support yourself. You probably need to support, maybe your family or your loved ones, or you know what I mean? If definitely take care of yourself first. The stream is my responsibility, and I will do what needs to be done. Okay. So, but thank you. I do appreciate the support a lot. Okay. It means the world to me that I've even had a chance, to, do this for a living. I just need to, this is just me reading like the feedback, right? And if the feedback is saying that you're not sustainable, that means I need to be changing my strategy. So that's all. I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way. Okay, so wait, did I put that up yet? Like that, boom. No? Oh no, do I have to okay, I thought I was putting this up on the screen. I wasn't, apparently. Browser. There you go. Yeah, normally that happens a lot quicker. Thank you for the super chat, Omega Star, and also thank you for extending your membership on YouTube. That brings us up to 33. I think we may have let the butterfly goal elapse. Apologies for not reminding you of that. Where's the boom? Wait, when you say boom, you mean you want me to do the, like the, instead of butterflies, I should be doing, like, thank you, Omega Star, and let me give you 5 big booms for that. Boom, 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 boom. But am I doing it right, chat? Am I doing it right? Am I doing the Costco guys? Or do I need a double chunk chocolate cookie in my hand? I don't know. But let's see. We gotta
3,000 documents, or produce 3,000 documents. This piece of shit sent me every single Discord message in a separate text file, and like 80% of what she provided were just messages from our group chat. I'm so fucking annoyed. Like, this whole thing is a giant fucking joke to her. It's all memes and shit.
Okay, so just to reorient us here, Hasan, here, let me just rewind this a little bit.
Like, however, that they wanted this to happen to me for years, and it's like seemingly happening to him, or it's probably not going to happen, but like seemingly it almost happened to him. What is this? There's a new signal leak. This may be part of that. Might have doctored evidence he gave to the court. Destiny's panicking after seemingly losing a...
So signal leak is what I was just looking at, like, right?
Salisbury wrote that Vice President JD Vance wanted to pursue criminal charges against 2 Florida influencers who were preaching violence on social media. The messages did not specify the identities of the pair, and said prosecutors had declined one of the cases.
So Grok is straight up reporting this as being like Destiny confirmed, right? I'm not seeing anything on Twitter confirming that. But yeah, so he sees this.
Hasan, right now, no, I don't think it's appropriate for JD Vance to prosecute Destiny for speech, okay? What are you guys, stupid? If they want to prosecute him for like CSAM, that's fine. That's totally appropriate, okay? Having CSAM on his computer, I'm there with you every day, okay? Trying to prosecute him because you don't like what he's saying is insane. I'm not stupid enough, like Destiny and Dan Saltman were, to advocate for such a thing.
And I'm going to see if I can find you. There is a clip that one of these industrial complex channels put up that shows exactly what Hasan is talking about. I don't think it's this one. Urgh. Which one is it? Which one is it? Is it this one? They all kind of do different. I mean, look, you can learn a lot. Like, seriously, if anybody out there wants to, you know, edit my clips, and like, now obviously you're not going to have as easy of a time as like a Hasan channel, right? Obviously, you know, part of what draws you know, people to your videos are the titles and thumbnails, and you know, the thumbnails being interesting, being curiosity provoking, being clickable. The titles, same thing, but also the titles containing some of what we call SEO. So like, look, Destiny's name, that's SEO. Hasan's name, that's SEO. Vice President JD Vance, that's SEO. These are people that people know about. nocommentchick is a little bit of SEO there, but not even like on the same scale, right? So I don't want to make anybody think that, you know, it's people can make some fairly easy money on Hasan. It's, you know, getting a channel monetized on nocommentchick you might find it to be a little bit harder. But I appreciate anything anybody can do. And in the situation where I'm not really putting out a lot of videos myself, you know, it also, I appreciate having those clips cut for posterity. But what I was trying to say is you can learn a lot from these clip channels. They've all got their own way of editing, their own way. You see right now, this is a what we call a sizzle reel. This is the very beginning of the video. And this is the goal here is to pique someone's interest so they watch the video all the way through, right? So if you just start the video cold, you know, people might not be able to figure out what's going on, or it might start slow. If you start right when Hasan says, you know, Destiny, you know, something about like Destiny wanting to have sex with him. Maybe that's not the best example, but something provocative, something interesting, something that comes up later in the video that the audience is going to want to see. That's a way of them maximizing retention. And as a YouTuber, your two prerogatives are click through, right? How many people click on a video based on your title and thumbnail, and watch time. How long do people watch the video? Because every video, there's, 1,000 other videos on the side, 1,000 videos underneath, right? And they could watch something else if they want to. And a lot of people, a lot of times people do click off of a video, right? So, but yeah, you can definitely learn a lot from these channels. Some of them are really good. Some of them are better than others.
Always lead to his own downfall. That much was.
I want to see if this is the one that shows the Destiny clip where he's literally trying to feed Hasan to the Trump regime, to show you kind of the difference between, Hasan, somebody who stands on principle. Obviously, he doesn't like sex pestiny, but he's also he doesn't like he's not going to compromise his principles and be like, yes, like sex pestiny has committed a crime here, when all he did was exercise his First Amendment right to freedom of speech.
Clear to me, but I do think he fancies himself to be this brilliant person, and that he can basically debate himself out of any corner, including this. Salisbury wrote that Vice President JD Vance wanted to pursue criminal charges against 2 Florida influencers who were...
Wait, Rafe says there's one subscriber that waits for every NSCC video I post just to downvote it. It's really funny. That is really funny. That is really... You got a high value subscriber there, Rave. That might be somebody from my past. Who knows?
Preaching violence on social media. The messages did not specify the identities of the pair, and said prosecutors had declined one of the cases. Hasan, right now, no, I don't think it's appropriate for JD Vance to prosecute Destiny for speech, okay? What are you guys, stupid? If they want to prosecute him for like CSAM, that's fine. That's totally appropriate.
Oh wait, I feel like my thumbnail of Ethan's head as a watermelon between Hasan's thighs. That is creativity right there. Yeah, that's the exact kind of thing you want to do. Yeah, Chad, hopefully, I mean, I gotta figure out, like, I gotta rework my schedule anyway. So, it's probably good to get a heads up, a little shock to the system as far as being worried about sustainability. If the end result is me coming up with a balanced schedule that includes some time for me to edit my own videos, some time for me to prepare my content, maybe a little emphasis on being a little bit more succinct in my content itself, making it more accessible. And oh yeah, the other thing is clips, right? Clips really help me out a lot, right? If anybody wants to clip, mostly it works. Clips work on Twitch, right? But if you find a like a moment, like a minute or 2 or 30 seconds that is interesting, definitely clip it out. But yeah, the other thing I'd want to do is maybe spend some time in WeaselCord to share some knowledge on as much knowledge as I can on how the stuff actually works. Yeah, this is Nashoki. This is Hasanabi Productions, right? That's why I'm thinking that maybe this is the one that added the extra clip of Destiny. And this is a great thing you can do too. If I refer to something that happens and where the clip is, if you're making like, NCC clip content, or more to the like industrial complex content, if I refer to a clip, like I'm like, you remember that time that the Destiny said or Ethan said, and I don't put the clip in the stream, if you're editing it, that's where you can like cut it right there, grab the clip, put the clip in the middle, and actually give the viewer a better product than what I gave them live, which is the magic, right? That is where you want to be as an industrial complex channel, right? Is making something that's a little bit more digestible, a little bit more watchable, a little bit more viewable, a little bit more shareable than my 6-hour live streams, right? That's the whole idea. That's the whole point.
Okay, having CSAM on his computer, I'm there with you every day. Okay, trying to prosecute him because you don't like what he's saying is insane. I'm not stupid enough, like Destiny and Dan Saltman were, to advocate for such a thing. It is ironic, however, that they wanted this to happen to me for years, and it's like seemingly happening to him.
Endless interest in aligning with fascist Republicans who want to take out.
Just as a heads up, any
yes. That's the Hasanabi industrial complex coming through. This is exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. This is Hasanabi Productions. Again, this is a great channel. If you want to learn, you can learn a lot from this channel.
That they wanted this to happen to me for years, and it's like seemingly happening to him.
All right, so this is what Hasan was talking about. He didn't show this clip. This is the clip channel, listening to what he says, being like, I think I remember Destiny doing something like that, finding the video, cutting that video, and just putting it right in the middle to be like Hasan said that Destiny, wants to. Destiny says it would be a godsend for Trump administration to go after Hasan, illustrating Hasan's point that, he is going to stand on principle. He doesn't want Destiny to go down for freedom of speech, right? But Destiny is willing to use anything and everything, including the Trump regime, to take out his perceived enemy, Hasan.
Endless interest in aligning with fascist Republicans who want to take out.
Just as a heads up, any dip on my subreddit that's talking about how Hasan is like an ally now, we need to unite or whatever bullshit. No. The Trump admin taking out people like this, would be a dream godsend for us. People like Hasan these are the controlled opposition that liberals have to deal with relating to the Republican Party.
Or it's probably not going to happen, but like seemingly it almost happened to him.
That's wild. You know what controlled opposition is, chat? Like controlled opposition would be somebody that's, I mean, I get what he's trying to say. He's trying to say that Hasan's more radical, and that's what Trump's trying to show. And the more radicalism the left shows, the less likely they are to get elected, the better it is for Trump, right? But in reality, controlled oppo is usually like somebody shitting on somebody who's more radical rather than, and especially in this case, when centrists have failed, right? You got to really ask, like, somebody could throw that allegation right back at him, right? Destiny is associating not just like the left, but liberal Democratic Party politics with sexting a 17-year-old, right? If anybody's controlled opposition here, in other words, if anybody's useful to the Trump administration by virtue of existing, it's not Hasan, it's Destiny.
This may be part of that. Might have doctored evidence he gave to the court. Destiny's panicking after seemingly losing all of his income and being outed publicly for sexting a minor in the middle of a legal battle he appears to be losing. What are you talking about? This is like, wait, oh, is this new? Destiny's now having a meltdown in DG chat because spoiled white girl, Pixie Love, committed the crime of hiring an expert's forensic guy to verify that Bonell had been tampering with and falsifying evidence submitted to the court. Wait, what the f is this? Dude, I'm going to lose it. It cannot be this Mimi for court shit. Plaintiff has proceeded 3,000.
That's that's a Twitter account of somebody that I don't know if they're still a Twitch streamer, but I know they used to be. And I thought they were pretty far to the right. It's kind of funny. I don't know. I guess right wingers hate Destiny too. I don't know though. I don't know if this streamer is currently a right winger, but they definitely have the smoke for Destiny.
1,000 documents, or produced 3,000 documents. This piece of shit sent me every single Discord message in a separate text file, and like 80% of what she provided were just messages from our group chat. I'm so annoyed. Like, this whole thing is a giant joke to her. It's all memes and shit. A sauce. They paid some super experts forensics guy to say my logs are tampered with, and they're comparing them to Solo's logs, who we can't depose, who isn't part of the case. How can I even speak for any of this shit? I'm actually so it's actually so worded. Destiny, that 50K is going a long way compared to whatever you spent. She's not using that 50K. Her parents are loaded and are covering this 100.
Okay, so this is what the fuck? What the fuck are we looking at? I'm used to seeing Destiny's chat. Wait, how does this work? This is the way it would look on stream. Yeah, he must have just taken screenshots from the stream. I think DGG chat itself is the opposite, where the most recent post will be towards the top and the less recent will be towards the bottom. Anyway,
I'm actually so it's actually so worded. Destiny, that 50K is going a long way compared to whatever you spent. She's not using that 50K. Her parents are loaded and are covering this 100%. It's so annoying that I've spent so many days and weeks of my time compiling stuff. She hasn't turned over anything and just frolicking around like nothing is even happening, and they're just playing games the whole time. Destiny, what is Jane Doe's incentive for dragging this case out with this bull memes this long? Is it just to burn your reputation? Dude, these guys are, I mean, his cult is so stupid. Like, they just don't understand, like, that there is a wronged party here. And of course, the wronged party is going to understandably follow through. According to Pixie's new legal filing, it has been definitively determined that Destiny was sending material to a minor and was in possession of CSAM of that same minor.
So I guess that's the big reveal for you know, this like that's the big reveal here, is that we strongly suspected you know, that Rose was under age when Destiny was sexting her. We've also seen, I think, logs of him basically indicating that he suspected she might be underage, and then just not going, you know, full on to confirm that she was of age. And again, you know, the whole thing is that, you know, this person was doing, you know, sex work, selling their pictures on Twitter. And if, you know, for most sex workers, it would make more sense to do that on OnlyFans, right? And they weren't on OnlyFans, indicating that maybe they can't be on OnlyFans because of their age, right? There's also something about Tinder. Some people have proposed maybe he thought she was of age because of Tinder, but again, Tinder I don't think age verified at that time. So we got strong evidence suggesting that Destiny suspected she might be underage and didn't really do his full didn't really go as far as he could have to try to confirm that, and then, you know, ends up, you know, sending her these explicit texts.
Him up. I mean, yeah, that's what is this? In Pixie's opposition to Destiny's motion to dismiss, her legal team reveals that Rose, the then underage child Destiny was exchanging CSAM with, has been issued a subpoena and is sent to be deposed. After finally ascertaining Rose's legal identity, plaintiff has obtained evidence that Rose's date of birth is October 30th, 2004. Thus, when Bonell was exchanging pornographic content with Rose between March of 2022 and until October 30th, 2022, Rose was a minor. See Exhibit B here too, redacted official certification to the Department of Motor Vehicles driving record.
Okay, so the news is that this is being entered into the court. This is at least what Jane Doe's legal counsel is claiming.
The fact that he's like complaining about this when this is an active court case where obviously the party that was victimized is going to do everything they can to put together a coherent case that, you know, like, what do you mean Destiny, Jane Doe's incentive for dragging this case? Superboy to attack my reputation to waste my money. Since she has no reputation and never will, hers doesn't matter. And since her parents are apparently loaded, it's not her money, so she doesn't care. Do you know why she wants to bring you down so bad? It feels so out of the blue. You were friends before? Bro, what is happening in this community? Are they that oblivious to what's going on? Are they talking about Pixie here? Who's suing him for what? I don't know this clown's news. Dude, I don't even know where to begin, okay? Jesus, are they loaded? It's not her money, so like, what do you mean Destiny, Jane Doe's incentive for dragging this case? Superboy to attack my reputation to waste my money since she has...
Oh, okay. So I guess, is he trying to claim that she's not trying to win the case? That there's no case there? But that she just is making this as painful for him as possible? It's really funny because, like, I mean, you're talking about somebody, one of the people that's probably earned as a political streamer, like, I don't know, like Destiny's got a fucking studio in his house, chat. But the idea that, like, no, Pixie's actually, her parents are rich, and she's the one that's dragging me around. She's the one that's using the court case to burn through my money. I mean, obviously he's not doing as well as he used to be, but you would think that he's got, you know, the if you're going to compare like the available funds of her to him, that he would still be even with her parents' money, he would still be have more money available. I don't know. I haven't ever heard anything about Pixie being like an heiress to the to some like giant fortune or something like that.
No reputation and never will. Hers doesn't matter. And since her parents are apparently loaded, it's not her money, so she doesn't care. Do you know why?
Hers doesn't matter. Hers isn't getting burned.
She wants to bring you down so bad. It feels so out of the blue. You were friends before? Bro, what is happening in this community? Are they that oblivious to what's going on?
Yeah, okay, what he's pointing out is like, like the obvious reason is because Destiny shared Pixie's videos of himself having sex with her, right? Without asking, without permission, right? That's why she's upset. And they're all acting like, what the fuck is going on? Why is she so mad at you? Didn't you used to be friends? Why doesn't she just like drop the case? Like they're acting like there's no real damage. There's no real harm. And this is such a fucking, I'm sorry. This is a sweaty sausage basement that we're dwelling in here, right? There is so little estrogen in this conversation. It's absurd, right? The idea that there's no fucking empathy whatsoever for what she went through, right? That they're just like, why is she so mad? Oh, I fucking wonder. I want, why is she so mad? I can't figure it out.
Like, are they talking about Pixie here? Who's suing him for what? I don't know this clown's news. Dude, I don't even know where to begin, okay? Jesus Christ. Destiny procured child material from a minor, 100%. This is like now officially in the court documents, okay? And in the process of procuring child material from a minor, I don't know why he did this, but sent that minor a bunch of videos of him having sometimes consensually recorded sex acts with other people, and sometimes unconsensually recorded sex acts with other people. He had compiled like this entire library of content that he sent to a minor that he was trying to okay? And then somehow that minor or an associate or someone leaked all of those videos, and then people basically were like, what these are people that you consider orbiters, like people that were members of his community, girls that were
exactly why trauma for a victim gets worse after disclosure. Yeah, especially in this case when you've got a community that is like, not only is this like Destiny's community, as in it's gathered around Destiny, they are parasocially beholden to Destiny. They vicariously live through Destiny, and so their empathy is going to be strongly strongly pointed at Destiny. But it's like think of it as a purge, right? When this was revealed that Destiny did this stuff, everybody who had a strong moral objection to it, a strong and sustained moral objection to this kind of behavior, left. So he's left with the people that were like, I don't see the big deal. I mean, everybody makes mistakes. I mean, sure, that wasn't great. You probably shouldn't you probably shouldn't share somebody's NSFW without their permission, but say you're sorry and move on. This is what's left, right? And people that look at this situation and they don't see Destiny victimizing Pixie, they see Pixie victimizing Destiny, right? And that is a dangerous group. In fact, I'd be really afraid for Pixie, considering that I got harassment that lasted for 2 years for disagreeing on substance, on the issue of platforming with a larger streamer, considering that there were parasocials in that community that could not fucking let it go for 2 years, that wanted to ruin my life, that wanted me to off myself, that made, disgusting, threats at me and shit like that, right? I can only imagine what it's like to be blamed for the downfall of somebody like Destiny and to have, this fucking legion of basement dwellers, right? people with too much time on their hands and a parasocial attachment to Destiny, and yes, a view on you as the plaintiff in this case as well. You're just a bitch that wants to ruin his life. Oh my God, that's dangerous. That is so fucking dangerous, right? That is so beyond what my situation was.
Content creators within his orbit of influence, girls that were dating other content creators who were also orbiters of his, and they were obviously very frustrated with the reality when they found out that he was just sending their sex tapes to random people that he was trying to. So one of the victims actually sought damages and sued him for releasing the revenge porn of them having sex. This is that court case. And then there were other victims that I think also joined in on the court case as well. There was also another person that found out that she was actually unconsensually recorded while having sex with this person. There's a criminal charge potentially as well. And this has just been like an ongoing legal battle for him in the state of Florida. And in the process of this...
It's Lord of the Flies, yeah, except in the case of Destiny, it's Lord of the Files. It's Lord of the Files, spelled with a apostrophe PH.
Ongoing legal battle. He went in and hired the same law firm that actually defended Prince Andrews. But the problem is, he's such a dip. He thinks he can like debate lord his way out of this. Also worth mentioning that the reason nobody goes after him is because they fear his community. Yeah. But in the process of all this stuff happening, he literally went to one of the worst communities of doxers and egged them on, flexing about how they would never find the information of this minor. Okay. And he even revealed details about said minor. So of course that community of doxers found the information of said minor and confirmed that she was a minor at the time. Like, if you have an ongoing legal battle, it's probably better for you to shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Especially because only a month ago or 2 months ago, not shutting the fuck up caused people to go and find the identity of this person and confirm that she was a minor when you were getting CSAM from them. Destiny, how much longer do you think it goes on for? No clue. It looks like they want to try and make it survive the trial, but I have no idea why. She has absolutely nothing. Do you think he's going to pull out the ethical CP debate in court? I don't know. But somewhere along the way, wait, what? We don't have to cover this every week? Okay, I'm going to start.
He should just, he should just act as his own defense, right? You see, Your Honor, if what we want is to minimize the harm done on children by pedophiles, wouldn't we be better served by allowing some of this material to exist, specifically in a case where someone signed off later in life, like they were a minor, but they're not a minor now, and they sign a consent form that says, yes, all the pedophiles can look at my... Yeah, I can imagine how that would go. I can imagine how Destiny giving his ethical... He could bring in tomfoolery. Maybe tomfoolery. Remember, this is what Tom got banned from Twitch for, was this exact viewpoint. This exact take. Maybe tomfoolery. Being the expert in linguistics that he is, right? And having the unmistakable riz. And that's what I think about when I think about tomfoolery. I just think of just this wall of riz coming at me.
I haven't talked about this in months. What are you...
Your Honor, it was tactical CP. Molestany debate perverting the judge with... what if the judge agrees? Oh, no.
The only reason why I brought this up is because of chatter, because JD Vance is seemingly trying to go after Destiny on some free speech shit, which I said was inappropriate and unacceptable. And then someone said, oh, have you seen this? And revealed to me that there's new details in this court case. I hate when motherfuckers go, you talk about this every week. I don't. As a matter of fact, the only reason why I had to describe the details of this court case is because chatters were like, I don't know who the this person is, or I don't know what the this person has done. Evidence to the reality that I don't actually cover this that much for understandable reasons. There are far more consequential things happening in the world. His community and orbit have been one massive knot of reality show style interpersonal drama for like a decade, and likely so many people had their lives affected or ruined by this scene. More people need to know. I know, but yeah, it seems like he's just more invested in eating whatever damages that come if this goes to court, or I mean, it is in court already, but it seems like he's just invested in eating whatever damages happen, knowing full well that it's going to happen, but in the process, like retaining some, retaining whichever percentage of the cult that he can maintain. And that's why he's just like steadily victim blaming and talking about how this lawsuit is actually for purely selfish reasons, and that this person has no reason to.
Yeah. This is classic Destiny strategy, right? This is what he's been doing the whole time, right? And it makes sense. Like, I mean, it doesn't make sense. It's a bad idea, but to the extent that it makes sense to him that he's gonna sell the drama, right? Yeah, is he gonna get sued? Is he gonna get a huge judgment against him? Probably. But in the meantime, he's going to sell the drama and just try to. It's like a Trump strategy, right? You just do everything for attention, and if something bad happens, you use that for attention too.
To do such a thing, like the smart thing to do in this situation would be to just shut up, let your lawyers do the talking. But he's obviously not doing that because he thinks, well,
because it's content. Because it's
really
content.
Matter. Yeah, sure. I eat a lot of damages, but like I would need to retain a sizable chunk of my audience that's like hemorrhaged. Everything he says gets added to Discovery, probably. Yeah, I do genuinely think his I mean, he will always lead to his own downfall. That much was clear to me, but I do think he fancies himself to be this brilliant person. Like he fancies himself to be like a genuine, unique mind, like the brain that no one has, with a brain that no one has ever seen before. Like he's smarter than his lawyers, he's smarter than everybody else, and that he can basically debate himself out of any corner, including this. Very strange. He tried to take the LSAT on stream and crashed out, Lamau. Oh yeah, I remember that because he was trying to dunk on a lawyer friend of mine, actually. What if this hits national news? It's going to be used to persecute the left. Unfortunately, it's a W for us and the victims, but it's a massive L overall, I fear. Wait, what? What are you talking about? A W for the... Wait,
Is his community hemorrhaging? He's definitely... it's weird. Like, okay, so when it first happened, yeah, a lot of people left the Destiny community. In fact, that's why JStalk, has like a sustainable stream right now, right? That's why JStalk has gone from being basically somebody that eats Destiny's leftovers to being somebody who eats Destiny's lunch. And like a lot of people left. But what happened was, I don't know, like there wasn't, other than JStalk, there's not a replacement for Destiny. If you like, in fact, if you really like Destiny and you're 10 toes on the ground for Israel, you think Hasan is the worst thing ever, then JStalk's no longer good for you either, because JStalk's way too negative about Destiny, way too positive about Hasan. I wouldn't say that JStalk is on the left at all. If anything, like from what I've heard, he's his sort of maybe from the other side of the political aisle. Although he's not really like he's not really doing politics, right? The way that Hasan is, he's doing commentary, he's doing drama. So yeah, that there's just because there was like a market hole, right? Because what would have needed to happen is for like, I don't know, some figure from if Pisco, right? No, Pisco's disagrees with Destiny on too much. Like there was a hole, right? They weren't able to replace Destiny with something else, right? And so some of them came back to Destiny. And if you looked a few months later, his numbers didn't look that far down. My understanding is now, we are really seeing I think he's fully like, if we were to rank streamers for the longest time, Destiny was well above Vosh's numbers. I think at this point, Vosh's numbers are winning. Like, right, Destiny's numbers are under Vosh. I don't know. And anybody seen like, the only way kind of is to click on a Destiny stream when it's live and to see how many viewers he's got in chat and to try to note if it's super early in the stream or if he's playing a video game. It's going to be lower. That kind of doesn't count, right? But just try to find when he's talking about a political topic or a drama topic that people care about, what are his numbers at? And my understanding is maybe somewhere around 2,000, I would guess. You think there's still a power vacuum within that orbit? It sounds like those subs wouldn't know where to go. Yeah, I mean, some of them came back, but I feel like I don't know, the anti-Charlie Kirk arc I don't think went well for him, right? I think there's a lot that Destiny's been doing that doesn't. The way that this debate shit works is you've got to constantly be bringing home the W. You got to constantly be winning debates, winning drama conflicts, and Destiny has not. He's been taking the L on a lot. And it's reinforced in the same way that taking the W is self-reinforcing in terms of building a community like Vosh's or Destiny's. Taking the L constantly is a self-reinforcing dynamic as well. He still has, BCatK says he still has bootlickers, of course, because he was able to convince a group of unnuanced, borderline sociopathic people that he's smart. He's a cult leader and did it successfully. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely people that are like long-term DGG, and it is, a community of some sort. So you think there's still a power vacuum within that orbit? It sounds like those subs wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, yeah, I don't like, this would be a great opportunity for somebody with Destiny's politics, right? To kill the man with kindness. And I don't mean that literally, obviously. I mean, for a streamer to come on the scene, to cover Destiny's drama sympathetically, and to cover, the kind of politics that he does from the same point of view, right? Like that. Yeah, basically, for somebody to become Destiny without the baggage, I think that would actually be a successful lane to occupy. He took the Tommy Lauren when she debated Crystal Ball. Yeah, that was ruthless. Yeah, Tommy Lauren really got just crushed in that debate. Haven't seen that. God, this is why I want to stream more, not less. But apparently my eyes are bigger than my. What is it? What do you say? Your eyes are bigger than your stomach? Apparently we can't quite swing it, chat. We can't quite swing it. Colonel Mustard in the study with kindness. Nice, Mozart. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right, BCatK. His fan base is definitely, it's not gone. It's not small, but it's definitely diminishing. Yeah, Dr. Heem could come back. Taverto is posting a kappa with that, which is the Twitch way of letting you know that it's said in jest. It's said in jest. Former friend of the stream, Dr. Heem, never got his medical degree, so I guess he's just Heem, but...
I'm confused. Are you talking about... There's two separate incidents here. If you're talking about Pixie's case against Destiny, that's entirely separate. If you're talking about JD Vance trying to prosecute Destiny for speech, then those are two separate incidents. One is completely inappropriate and also unconstitutional. The other is within the confines of the law and has nothing to do with the left at all. It's just a victim being able to successfully sue someone who distributed pornographic material of them. The f does that have to do with the left? They're separate, but that won't stop them from using them to smear the entire left. It doesn't help that people close to the parties them on America. America is not close to the party. The f are you guys talking about?
Unfuck America is a group run by Z Cohen Sanchez. Am I saying I can't remember if it's Sanchez Cohen or Cohen Sanchez, but Anyway, it's somebody that is apparently hated on Twitter. I don't know much about them. They're obviously, you know, an ally of Destiny's. But what they were essentially doing was, for a while, they were, I think they were trailing Charlie Kirk wherever Turning Point USA would go, Unfuck America would go. They would, you know, try to get into those events. Oftentimes have their, you know, have their lanyards, you know, taken from them. And I think the idea was to try to get, you know, a debate between Destiny and Charlie Kirk, right? This kind of ended, or at least, you know, it seems like the logical end of it. The most recent Unfuck America event was Destiny going to a college that Charlie Kirk, I guess, would have gone to had he not been shot on September, was it September 25th? She's a woman who debated Jink on Jubilee. They were always at the Turning Point conventions. Yeah. So anyway, he shows up at a college that I think would have been on the Turning Point tour, and just meets a bunch of right-wing students that hate his guts. You know, and he kind of just got like, it didn't look good, right? Like, imagine if Charlie Kirk was on video at one of his like change your mind, you know, kind of campus, like, you know, like he sets this up in a way where he won't be embarrassed, and if he is embarrassed, it won't come out in the content. You know, they just take the greatest hits of Charlie Kirk going up against students, and Destiny was just sitting there, just getting roasted, just getting destroyed. September 10th, thank you. I don't know why I thought it was the 25th. And yeah, I don't know. It was a really bad look. It was a really bad look. So I don't think that they will be doing that anymore. But anyway, that's what Unfuck America was. They tried to set up this thing called the Unfuck America Tour. Not So Erudite was part of it. You know, it was the Destiny crew trying to get attention. There any way to get kicked out of the gathering? That's right. I'm gonna have to take your lanyard. Well, Hasan got his lanyard taken at the DNC. Lest we forgot.
You need to literally remove yourself from whatever bubble that you exist. No one, as much as I shit on the
good point, Mozart.
Party, I would go so far as say I'm closer to the fucking Democratic Party, both in the eyes of the general public, and also in the eyes of the Democratic Party than someone like Destiny is. What do you mean? It doesn't matter if they try to be like, oh, this liberal debate. I
have seen Destiny like getting onto some platforms that are a little bit surprising. I think he recently did content with Brian Tyler Cohen. And I'm talking about after everything was known about Pixie, right? After all the revelations, after things were known, after it was known that Rose was 17, after it was known that Destiny was sexting with a 17-year-old, right? He made an appearance with Brian Tyler Cohen. He made another appearance on, oh my God, there's this British show. I can't remember their name, chat, but there was a British show that had Destiny on. And I just kind of like, it's like, well, you know, I mean, Destiny would be a great get if it was before all this happened, right? But, you know, don't they know better than to bring him on after?
Later turned out to be a sex pest is going to make national news or something. Like, that's someone like Destiny is. What do you mean? It doesn't matter if they try to be like, oh, this liberal debater turned out to be a sex pest is going to make national news or something. Like, that's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. It doesn't matter if they try to be like, hey, I'm closer to the fucking Democratic Party, both in the eyes of the general public and also in the eyes of the Democratic Party than someone like Destiny is. What do you mean? It doesn't matter if they try to be like, oh, this liberal debater turned out to be a sex pest is going to make national news or something. Like, that's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. What are you guys talking about? Someone said that's ad hominem. What? Yeah, I think you guys have developed this like outsized like, you, for one reason or another, maybe you were former Destiny fans, maybe you're still currently Destiny fans, but you have believed in this like totally false notion that he just like represents a wing of the Democrat Party or something. He does not. He is not all that relevant.
I mean, it's brainworms, right? If you think that centrist is more mainstream and therefore more prominent, you could easily argue yourself into thinking that somehow, even if Destiny doesn't have at this point, what? Oh my God, does he have like a 10th of Hasan's numbers? Is that where we're at? Something about that, yeah. Like you can kind of trick yourself to be like, well, you know what? He might not get the numbers that Hasan has, but Hasan's got every tanky in the world is in Hasan's chat, and only a few of the liberals know about Destiny. But gosh, if they did, they'd all be there watching Destiny, getting the best takes ever, the best analysis. Destiny's so smart. He knows everything. He does research. He takes notes. He's even got an app for that. Yeah, I mean, I could see I can see the kind of faulty logic that's leading, some people to believe that Destiny is a bigger deal than he actually is. That just the virtue of the fact that he hews more to the standard Democratic boilerplate talking points is probably what's leading them to believe that Destiny is a less marginal figure than he actually is.
In the grand scheme of things, no. And America is like a totally random group that most likely did a lot of reputational damage.
Good point, Ash Bradford. Yeah, there's other centrist influencers that get a lot more views than Destiny, and they're a lot more relevant too in terms of being making their names on TikTok and making their names more recently. Wait, trigonometry? Wait, what?
Whatever ambitious goals that they had. By associating early on with someone like Destiny.
Aw. Oh my God, what the fuck? I can't handle the way that YouTube fix your playlists. So yeah, unfortunately, the thing that it scrolled over to... Wait, what did it scroll over to? I think that was something that was in the bonus content. Oh yeah, Moist Critical. Oh no, that was next on the Hasan playlist or whatever. Moist Critical has come out and said Free Palestine. I don't think we're gonna get to it today. In fact, chat, I hate to break it to you, but lower support is gonna mean it's gonna necessitate shorter streams, maybe even less streams. I'm gonna do what I can to keep the stream alive. And, apparently I need to be putting out more videos and doing more things off platform to make sure that we can keep this going, right? So yeah, thank you to everybody that supported me today. It means a lot, and I appreciate it. And TikTok will be changing soon. My understanding, Emily, is that anybody that's political on TikTok has either already moved over to Instagram Reels or is looking to switch up. Because yeah, you're right. TikTok's ownership is changing, and they've already changed their algorithm and their moderation in alignment with that to gatekeep pro-Palestinian voices and to try to make right-wing voices more prominent. So I would say TikTok seems dead at this point. I don't know. I mean, obviously, there's people that use it for different stuff, and they'll, like if you use TikTok for, non-political stuff, maybe you don't notice the difference. Maybe you don't care. Trigonometry was guessing the UK stream. It wasn't trigonometry. It was a, I think kind of an anti-Trump stream. I can't remember what it's called, though. I can't remember the name of it. It was definitely a left-wing stream, though. And I was just kind of like, did they not know? Did they not get the word? But yeah, the Moist Critical has finally stepped up and said what, is becoming more obvious to everybody, that in terms of the Israel-Palestine, Israel-Gaza conflict. So we missed that today. I don't know which of this stuff is going to stay up for tomorrow or whatever the next time I stream. Again, chat, I'm going to have to do, some agonizing reappraisal of what kind of hours I'm able to do, and what kind of, so that I'm balancing everything. And just able to do all the best practices for running a YouTube channel, which, with the glut of content that we had, it's not Novara. No, I could see. I don't know. I don't know if Novara would have him. It was somebody else. I can't remember their name. It's like a nondescript one. But yeah, like Moist Critical finally speaking up about Palestine. And as Hasan predicted, he had the black shirt on. The joke is, the meme is that Moist Critical puts on his black shirt when he's got something serious to say, and that the day-to-day slop is the white shirt Moist Critical. We got the Douthat video, the Douthat Hasan debate to finish. I actually did end up watching the rest of that, and it was really interesting. And it does, kind of set us up for maybe a possible a possible confrontation between Hasan and Ezra Klein, right? Douthat was one of Klein's co-workers, right? And I think they brought him up, and Hasan said he'd love to talk to him. So we may have Hasan and Ezra Klein at some point. Douthat was very much trying to make Hasan look like somebody who's maybe worthy of, whose free speech was bordering on incitement, and therefore could be rightly, suppressed, squelched by the Trump government. And he was not able to. The comment section was very much against him. And if anything, this was Hasan, showing up as a sensible political analyst in front of a very centrist liberal audience of the New York Times, right? In fact, Ross Douthat of the New York Times audience, it's going to be the more conservative people that are watching Ross, right? And so the fact that Hasan got positive regard from his viewers really says a lot. The debate did not go the way that Ross had hoped it would, and actually did a lot for Hasan. I kind of wondered why Hasan was doing this, because it just seemed like a trap to me. But it does seem like he got something out of it, right? So yeah, good for him. We also have Lena Khan. This is just the bonus content that I think we missed today. We're at 33 out of 100. That's pretty far off from the goal. We missed the butterfly goal too. And so, yeah, I'm going to have to try to retool things and do better. Maybe change the stream time up. Maybe do a little bit of experimentation. Maybe try to put out more videos and do less time on stream. Sorry about that, but that's just, the way that it has to be. I gotta gear my, streaming volume to the amount of support that I'm getting. And this was tonight is a huge red flag, right? So I'm going to try to get that shit under control. It's like if we were on a ship, if the red lights are flashing red, right? You gotta go take care of the engine room or something. You gotta go take care of make sure the shields are up, make sure that the Klingons aren't attacking us or some shit like that. Somebody's not talking shit about me on another plot. I don't know, chat. I gotta take a look at a lot of things, right? It could be any number of things, but most likely it is just that I've gotten into a rhythm of streaming longer hours at the expense of some of the just basic things that I need to be doing. The other thing too is I would be, one great way to grow the channel is to do political streams on shorts. But holy shit, after Charlie Kirk, do you know what I'm saying? If I had done that after Charlie Kirk, people were looking for heads. People were looking for, including the administration. We're looking for, heads were rolling, right? So, I didn't, the last thing I wanted to do was to, get the ire, get the attention of a bunch of far right weirdos on YouTube Shorts, right? That's the kind of thing that could put the channel in jeopardy, and a jeopardy of getting banned, right? And also, you know, make myself a target to the regime and to the you know, to the right-wing hate mobs out there. So yeah, it didn't seem like a good idea to do that. Obviously, I could have gotten huge numbers and added a lot of subs that way, as we always do when we do. But goddamn, it's scary right now. So yeah, hopefully I'll be able to get back to that soon. Way to maintain long-term stability. Yeah, I hope so too, for sure. Well, I mean, that's why I'm not waiting until like I'm actually like in the red. Like I'm not waiting till I'm like looking at like, can I pay the rent or not? Right. I'm trying to take care of this now so that if I can get, you know, the revenue up for the stream, then we can go back to, you know, longer streaming hours and stuff like that. But you know, whereas if I were to just, you know, wait until until I'm literally like unable to pay my bills, then, you know, it would be like the stream disappears. I start doing remote work. I'm trying to avoid that, if that makes sense. But yeah, thank you to everybody that has supported me by liking the stream. That helps out a lot if you want to do something, because like I said, not everybody can afford to support the stream financially. And if you can't, you know, if you need that money for yourself, use, you know, like I definitely don't want anybody to feel like, you know, they need to put themselves in financial danger for the, you know, the sake of the stream or anything like that. But one thing that you can do at no cost to you is to hit like on the stream. That actually forces YouTube to send the stream to more people, to show it to even people that are subbed that might have, you know, forgotten about it, right? They will see it because you liked the stream. You don't think your thumb can do much, but when we put our thumbs together, it actually does quite a lot. So yeah, thank you for everybody that supported me on Blue Sky, interacting with the blast off thread. That helps out a little bit, but I feel like that's an important place where the audience is. And so if the audience is there, Shorts attracts the dregs of YouTube chat. True. But you know, what you don't understand is it just attracts a lot of people, right? And some of them are the dregs, and some of them are people that I would never get to any other way that now see the stream and they subscribe. So as far as growing the channel, you know, the Shorts is unparalleled, I suppose. Let's see, what else are we trying to do here? Yeah, there's the Blue Sky link. If you're not already following me there, I am Irene Geller on Blue Sky. I still owe you another playthrough or another gaming stream. What am I trying to say? I still need to play Soul Hacker some more with you. Yeah, oh wait, here, let me show. Let me just show on screen what I'm talking about, right? So look at that. Video game stream 201. It's 101 now because I played one video game. I did one video game stream, but whenever this number gets to 100, so when you donate, you know, like as always, you can yeah, I mean, this is more for future reference, right? When you donate, you can always put your money where your mouth is by telling me in chat where you want, you know, which of these topics you want to see, and I'll put, you know, I'll add it to the total of the poll at the end of the day. You can also say video game stream, and some people do, and when enough accumulates there to get to 100, that's when I do a video game stream. So yeah, I do owe you another one of those. I'll be doing that as soon as possible. Oh my God, chat. I think like for some reason I've got my the system restart. I need to restart my computer too. And everything, I can't even open Firefox, which is how I normally look at things. Thank you once again to my Patreon, everybody that supports me on Patreon. Oh yeah, also look forward to like the other thing I said I want to do, and I tried to do this last week, and maybe I made a mistake. Okay, so I wanted to do because we got one day where, you know, the donos were just like off the map, right? So I wanted to do a premium streamium, which is my way of saying thank you to everybody that supports the stream monetarily, but it always breaks me up because I think of the fact that, you know, if there's people that don't have a membership, they're not on Patreon, they're not a sub, and they don't have a way to pay for those things. Like I don't like shutting people out. So I ended up just doing the premium streamium for everybody. Maybe that was a mistake. Maybe I do need to check in with my supporters and actually give them, you know, content that is exclusive to them. It's always like a weird thing. But anyway, you know, like if we do that, it'll be Patreons, members on YouTube, and subs on Twitch that get to see that. The YouTube and Twitch thing is really easy, but the Patreon thing, it's a little bit of a pain in the ass. It means I got to do another stream and kind of give that stream to Patreon. A lot of times people that support me on Patreon, they're not checking Patreon every day, every moment. They probably don't have notifications for Patreon on. And so I'm a little bit, yo, Morbius, thank you for the gifted membership to Direful. Direful, you just got weaseled. Wait, did I put, I clicked the wrong thing, didn't I? And that's a good thing. Wait, oh, still clicking the wrong thing. There it is. Boom. Okay. But yeah, there's going to be, you know, like if you were disappointed, oh my God, Final Fantasy Tactics, Ivolized Chronicles just came out. If you were disappointed by the fact that, you know, your premium streamium, you know, I gave you something that I gave everybody. Don't worry, I will be doing some exclusive streams in the near future for Patreons, for members, and for subs. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I'll try to figure out a way that it's like, what do people do? They put that stuff up like after the fact. So maybe I'll put it out as a video, a standalone video for everyone after the fact. Anyway, I got to thank my Patreons here. So thank you once again to my patrons. If you support me at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since we're close to the end now, let me go ahead and take care of those. Thank you to User. Shouts out to User. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al Cake Mix and Big Al Cake Remix. If Big Al gets that, gets you know, signs up for that. That one too. Anyway, thank you. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Orals Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe No Rape. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, to Crystal Saphira, and to Zara Xerox. Way to advertise the premium streamium is to advertise on Instagram Reels? Really? Anyway, I should do that. No, but even if not, right? It's being on more places is another thing. Oh my God, chat! I'm sweat. Do you see this? I'm sweaty. I'm not. I try not to get sweaty. but I got sweaty. Look at that. My hair is like all, oh my God, chat. My hair is all frizzy. I gotta take care of some things. I gotta wash my hair, for one. So, yeah, anyway, thank you everybody, for showing up and for supporting me. I'll be back, when I can, basically. And I'm trying to, like, God, my stream is like, it's like the, are we effing? Like, am I moving? Can you, does everything seem like we're not effing? Okay. I'm just, I'm a little bit. Yeah. I thought so. Yeah. Look, I opened up, I was trying to, raid out on Twitch, and it's, what do you call it? It's like lagging. It's fine. So most people are fine. One person said they noticed a little bit of jumpiness. I cannot get this to work for some reason. Let me see. If I switch? Oh my God. If I switch scenes, is this better? Did anything change then? I'm not seeing anything from chat. I'm like a little bit disturbed. What are we at? 100% CPU. It's not memory this time. It's CPU. The CPU is like maxed out here. I'm trying to close things down. Chat, are you still there? I'm not seeing anything from chat. Oh my God, what the fuck's going on? Music just started up out of nowhere. You're still here. YouTube is fine. Twitch is here. Twitch is here. Okay, it's coming through now. It's just being weird. Okay, let me try opening up Firefox one more time. I'm gonna see if we can raid in. I'm gonna see if we can raid on Twitch. It's not opening. I've already killed Discord. What else can I kill? Task Manager, but I need it to like, wait, are we back? Are we back? I just effed for real. Can you see me? Are we back? We're back. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the Twitch Prime, Columbia Rican. I am... Every time I try to close a window, it makes it like I'm still at 100% CPU. It's like eating up my memory. Okay, there we go. We came down for a second. 90% CPU, 80%, 89% CPU. What do I do to shut this down? I can't get Firefox to open. It's my problem. God.